see where we left off. And streamer speak. Yada, yada, yada. How are y'all doing? Yada, yada, yada. Fake platitudes, yada, yada, yada. Please donate. Sorry. Okay. What's up, both? How have I been this day? Fine. How are you? I remember where we left off yesterday. Were we going to the Nexus? I don't remember. Doing something. Oh, the vault. That's right. We can do that. So you got Eos, Eladin, Vold, Varl. What's the fifth one? I don't remember.
We've got targets!
Scan these assholes, yeah. I think the same. I think the same. We are climbing these walls over here, maybe? I don't remember. When in doubt, follow the map marker, right? How many observers we got? About 500? Okay. Not let me get my revives. So you can't just go, hey, what's up, Joe? You can't just go pick somebody up while those stupid laser Those sons of bitches are out there. Sons of bitches. What's that?
Good find, Pathfinder.
And we only need like one more of those things? Seriously? Wonder where that might be. Should be some ammo and health here at some point. The one that you like playing the most?
Okay, Remnant Vault. Let's get this place up and running.
Okay, so these things are like engines. Little spinning things. Okay, I think I remember this one. We're gonna get attacked on the way out. Maybe.
Well, we turned the power on.
You'll need to locate the console to activate the purification field, Pathfinder. You can hack the turret, Pathfinder.
So much better when they're on our side. Okay, Remnant Vault. Let's get this place up and running. Well, we turned the power on.
You'll need to locate the console to activate the purification field, Pathfinder. Turret nearby, Pathfinder.
It's nice when they're not trying to kill us.
Several interface connections converge here. I will highlight the ones you need.
Looks like there's a trick to this interface. Let's figure it out.
Aviation console. Wonder what that's about. Charge, detonated, annihilation. It does.
Well, that gets us a step closer.
This console will activate the purification field. You may want to sweep the area.
Before this place tries to kill us, you mean?
What the hell? Is it? This must be it. Yeah, this is it. Okay. I was about to say, I thought there was a... Well, you can prime something with Annihilation, but you have to prime it first. If you charge, you're charging before you're priming. You have to get an enemy within Annihilation's range in order to prime it. Then you can detonate. You can't detonate something that's not primed. Annihilation is a primer. Any detonator will detonate something that's primed by Annihilation, but it has to be primed first. You can't prime it before you get there if you're not there, right? So if an enemy's way over here and you're going to charge it and you've got Annihilation active, it's not going to prime and then detonate conveniently as you arrive. When you get there, you'll charge, and then the Annihilation will kick in, and probably after about a second it'll tick and it'll prime the whatever, and then you can detonate it with a charge.
Interface successful, Pathfinder.
Okay, get ready to run. Here it comes! Go, go! You're not happy with us.
Did I activate the wrong console? I did, didn't I? Oh, goddamn. Yeah, we're dead. We're dead. I activated the wrong one. Activate that one. Son of a bitch. I don't know how you're playing. Like, you're asking me to...
Will activate the purification
You're asking me to pick
field.
what color
You may
wood to
want
put on a
yeah.
floor inside of a house I've never seen, with walls I've never seen, with a roof I've never seen, with furnishings I've never seen. I don't know if you're putting carpet over it. I know absolutely nothing, so you're asking me to... I mean, that's not putting the cart before the horse. That's putting the state you're going to before the county, before the town, before the subdivision, before the street that you live on, before the driveway, before the cart, before the horse. I couldn't possibly tell you that. I have no idea what your build is. I have no idea what you're playing. I have no idea what your class is. I have no idea what your skills are. I have no idea what weapons you're using. I have no idea what you're doing. And even then, probably couldn't dictate how you play it anyway. So,
Okay, get ready to run. Here it comes! Go, go!
Fusion mod of
Not happy with
robotics.
us. It's closing in on us! Move! Just keep coming. Man,
Pathfinder Rider, are you there? All our instruments just recorded a surge. What happened?
vault's back up. We did it.
That's a jest. It can't be. That's not a jest. The vault going through a reset would explain all the readings. I can't wait to hear all about this. Come back to Palav. We've a lot to discuss.
Yeah, same here. This character right here, you'd have to take cooldown or you just can't use your shit. Like, you see what it's like not being able to use your shit early on. We're getting destroyed. When it really comes down to it, when you just need to get in there and mix it up, I don't have the
organic life on Navarro has
I don't have the powers available. They're just not there. And that'll just get you killed.
Imagine
you know?
what we'll see here in a few years.
Okay, so my annihilate is bigger while I die. Yo, you know what I'm saying? So, removing that cooldown penalty. But then again, you could invest all of your shit into, like, your weapon and your armor and overcome that cooldown penalty that way. Like, you could get, like, 20% cooldown on your gun and then another about 20% or so on your armor. Right, once you've unlocked your cryopods, where you get like an extra augment slot. Trying to think if there's extra mod slot thing for. No, there's not. For armor. Anyway, sorry, I was just thinking to myself, thinking out loud. But you get an extra augment slot for all your equipment, so you can get like 5 augments on your gun and 5 augments on your chest piece and 3 augments on the rest of your armor. Well, you could just put cooldown and augments in all of that. 20% on your gun, 25% on your gun if you wanted to, although I would probably take damage. Put at least 1 augment in there for damage. But whatever, you know. Get 20% on your gun and another 28% on your armor. That's almost 50% cooldown right there on your gear. if you wanted to do that. And then you could probably get away with increasing the size of, like, but I mean, the only way I would do that is if I had something in mind. Like, what do I need an extra 2 meters of Annihilate for? What am I trying to get out of that? Like, is it worth dictating all of my gear and all of my power set up specifically just to get this much more Annihilate? If that's part of your plan, like if that somehow, like you may be wanting to stack everything to where Annihilate basically covers the whole battlefield, which is, I doubt that's possible, but you can increase it significantly. Like it's not just that. There's other skills. You can get Annihilate. Let me see. Hold on. Where's that at? Is it containment? All right. You can add 15% to your AOE there. Another 20%. So you can add 35%. I don't think there's anything under barrier. Pretty sure this is just shields. Okay, so you got about 35% there, so let's see. So Annihilate can be increased 50% of what? Of 3.5 meters, so that's at another almost 2, so that'd make it about a little less than 5.5. Then another 35%, 3.5 would be about 1.5-ish. So you get it up to about 7, almost 8 meters. So you could surround yourself with 20 feet or so. You could double it. Essentially double it. And that's, let's see, what would that be? Let's say, you can double it. So that would put it, let's see, about where am I going to right now? If I'm standing here, looks like right about those barriers from where I'm at now to the barriers from where I'm at now, right? So that's right on the back side of this bush to here. About 5 steps. So about here. From here to here. That would be your area of effect. To that rock. Almost to that rock. You see that rock right there? Okay, so like I wouldn't take AoE on it unless I was taking AoE on every skill that gave you AoE. Now also think about this. That's just right now, but on this one I believe no. Okay, never mind. I was going to say it might increase based on the number of points you put in. Anyway. What's up, Ellen? How's it going? So, like, if you're wanting to keep enemies in range between you and here to that rock, like you're kind of mixing it up, but you want to get in there, it would probably work better for an adept, I would think. An adept where you already have really quick cooldown skills anyway. Like, I was thinking a pretty cool concept also for a Vanguard would be to run almost 2 passives. Would be to run Annihilate and then run Cloak and then run something like Lance to where you can put Lance on instant cooldown, right? No cooldown, but it spends shields. And so what you basically do is set it up to where you get shields back Like, there's all kinds of stuff for shields for a biotic because you otherwise you're kind of squishy. So I mean, if you look at it, you've got you can increase your max shields, right? Well, first you can reduce the power of shield cost, right? All right, you can reduce the shield costs by 10% there. And then I think there's another one that does the same thing. Another one. Is it just barrier? Okay, so you can reduce the cost by 10% there. Is it under Lance? I don't think it's under Lance. Yeah, see where it costs 45%. It's basically half your shields each time you use it, but it has no recharge. So it's like Nova. It's kind of like a little mini Nova that you aim. But it's really quick cast, and so if you had something like that, you need to be able to regenerate the same amount of shields that you were spending. But it would detonate everything within the area of everything in the area of Annihilate. It would detonate everything. So if you expanded Annihilate and reduced your cooldown powers, you know, I mean, I'm sorry, took a cooldown penalty instead, right? And you took area over cooldown, then have skills like, for example, Nova and Lance, or like I was thinking was Cloak and Lance, and it would be the ability to essentially double the damage of Lance and double the damage of your detonations every time you cloak. You just the trick would be getting your cloak down to minimum cooldown. That would be the thing. Because I believe Annihilate slows down the recharge on all powers. Yeah, it's just straight up power recharge. So that would affect Cloak too. So if you got, let's see, okay, you got a 50% cooldown penalty on Cloak. That puts it at 15, it puts it at 20, a little over 20 seconds. That puts it up there like Singularity, meaning you can't use it very often, so you'd have to find a way to cool that way down. And then you'd have to make a decision here. Do you want to basically compensate? So you can get 45% recharge speed here on tech. But you've also got this. Power damage, and then power damage. You can literally double your power damage. Like, literally, you can double the power of Lance and your Lance combos with Annihilate and Lance, and that's it. I'd thought about that. I was like, if I could run Annihilate and run Cloak and run Lance. And so, essentially, Annihilate's active all the time, and then Cloak and Lance would be your pattern. But if Lance has no cooldown, you could essentially Cloak, Lance, and Lance again. And if you set Cloak up to where you've got a, it says Tactical Cloak remains active briefly after attacking. Damage bonuses remain effect during that time. You got a 2-second window after attacking to maintain your damage bonus in Cloak. So essentially what you can do is you can attack twice. Well, if Lance uses up basically half your shield with each one, it's like Nova. You basically spend your shield with 2 lances, but you literally get double damage on both. So it's literally quadrupling your lance damage bonus with combos using Annihilate. You got Annihilate, and you got that. I'd still probably wouldn't take range on Annihilate. I'd probably take Cloak and get within range of an enemy. Use Cloak to approach an enemy, get within range, and then lance them twice really, really fast. And then on a kill, then what you're doing is you have to figure out a way to get your shields back. That's the tricky part. If you're cloaked, it shouldn't be so bad, but you can do this. Now, I don't know if you can run cloak and annihilate at the same time. I don't know if annihilate counts as an attack, and if it does, then I guess you couldn't work with cloak. I don't know. I'm really not sure. It's possible that cloak uncloaks as soon as annihilate touches somebody. That's possible. And if that happens, then this wouldn't work. But if annihilate just acts as a damage dealing primer while you're cloaked, you would not only double the damage of annihilate, I would think, but you would also have time to. And also, that's a 2-second window after attacking. So if you've got annihilate active, and let's say as soon as annihilate touches an enemy, it basically triggers cloak to decloak. As long as you got that bonus in effect, you still have 2 seconds to cast Lance a couple times, so you could probably still work. Basically, as soon as you come in contact with an enemy, you just need to be prepared to hit them. And then keep a bunch of stuff like this. Where is it? I think Annihilate has one built in where you get 30% of your shields restored on a kill, and then you get 10% on a kill there. So you can get 40% of your shields on a kill. And you can also reduce your shield cost if that's what you want to do. Or you can increase your shields by 40% and get one lance for free. Basically. Got that too. Because I believe 40% plus 100 equal. I believe it actually stacks to 140. You'd have to test it. You'd have to test it and try and see if it's viable. But I'm running a Sentinel. We might actually run with that setup. All I got to do is just put some points into cloak. I got to dump points into tech anyway. Might as well, right? Later on, we'll try it later on. Speaking of points, let me assign some shit right now. Now, this is what I was looking at. %20 additional damage or 25% movement speed. See, it depends on how you're playing. Movement speed would be great with the cloak setup, right? But it's hard to pass up on just straight up damage dealing. Because see, you've got 25% movement speed there, and then you've got this. Is it containment? No. Which one is it? Oh, here it is. And then 10% movement speed while shields are active. So you can essentially keep a 35% movement speed buff. And that would also play well with the 10% power shield cost reduction. So that means you could get 3 lances out of a shield. And if you had 40% bonus shields, it's possible you could get 4 and almost 5 lances out of one shield. And out of those, you got to at least get a kill or 2, meaning you're getting 30% of your shields back each time you get, or 40% of your shields back. We'll actually have points to test that out. I gotta get this too. See, this is hard. See, shield damage is 320. That brings it up to almost 400. And then it literally restores half your shields. Literally half. I mean, that's pretty significant. But then you're sacrificing roughly 5 seconds cooldown time. All together. Well, you got 10% of it there, 20% there, but... There's another 20. See, I want cooldowns, but I want damage too. That really quickens it a lot. This really quickens it a lot. So I want the primer too. And that's where this really starts to fall into place. I think we'll take cooldown on this one. God damn it. We're going to take primer and then we'll take damage on the last one. Not really worried about team drain. Yeah, we're going to take cooldown on that one. It's a hard one. That was a hard one. Yeah. Gave me something to think about, though. Well, the reason I'd set this up like this, Lazarus, was shield drain is a primer before I charge. And then, when it primes and detonates, right, it also detonates once I've charged. See, once everything gets in my annihilation field, everything detonates that I do. Everything. Shield drain and charge, right? But before I charge, I can prime with shield drain. Not yet. Probably the next level. I'm gonna go ahead and put the points in that. Then I can prime before I get there. So, like, if you're going with a Sentinel, have a tech ability that primes. Shield drain is kind of ideal because it's kind of like a Swiss Army knife ability. It gives you shields, primes, and detonates, and hurts the enemy, and drains their shields, and it can be AoE. It's just, you can do whatever with it, right? If you're playing pure biotic, then having something that primes it before you get pull. Pull is the biotic equivalent of energy drain almost. It doesn't give you shields, but it does prime. I don't know, can pull detonate? I don't think can pull detonate. I don't think it can. No, it can restore your shields though. While you can pull an enemy and hold it, and it'll actually restore your shields while the enemy's held. Then you can throw his ass off a cliff once you're done with him. Basically, use them up and then throw them away like a rag doll, like a soiled cloth. Yeah. So it's sort of it's kind of like I say, the biotic equivalent of energy drain in a way. All right. Anyway, let me get back to the game. Shockwave, yes, Shockwave is a nice one, but it's pretty short range. If you want the good stuff, you got to give up range and radius. That's the only kind of downside. Is it's more of a close combat ability. If you wanna maximize it, you know, if you really want to take advantage of it, they make you make some hell of a decisions, which they should. If you want damage, cool, or you can have radius, right? If you want recharge speed or distance, like you really, you know, if you want it to actually hit hard and you want to be able to use it often, you're not going to be able to just chunk it across the map, hide behind a fucking rock over here and hit people with Shockwave up there on that balcony on the other side of the map type shit. Well, you might be able to with distance, but it's just not going to hit very hard, right? But yeah, you can prime and detonate with that. I was going to use that with my adept. My adept is going to be annihilate and honestly, either pull and shockwave or shockwave and throw. I was thinking about that too. But a pull is a great tactical one because pull, you can lift enemies, you can literally move them around and put them where you want them to. You can strip shields with it, and you can prime with it. So it's a great. It's great for approach, you know. And it's got a really quick cooldown. So does Shockwave. Shockwave has a really quick cooldown. I mean, I know it starts at 15 seconds, but you can reduce that quite a bit. You could reduce that by almost 6 seconds. Just right off the top, and then you can just cut it down from there and get it down to where you can use it about every 2 seconds or so. Every second or two, and you can literally kind of go back and forth. And I was thinking pull, you could literally actually pull people into Annihilate and then fucking nuke the shit out of them with Shockwave. That's kind of what I was thinking. There's lots, Shockwave and Lance. I don't know. I think pull would probably be a little easier to play with. More effective overall. So... it's a great primer. If you're just going to use Annihilation for a primer by itself, though, then Shockwave and, hell, even Charge and Shockwave would work. No, because you really wouldn't have any way to prime before you got there. Let me see something else.
An alien, able to use Remnant.
Coming. Pathfinder Rider, you have done something remarkable here today.
Succeeded where Zorai failed.
Esmos? What are you doing down here?
Renewing old bonds. Talking to you was enlightening. I saw an alien working for us.
It would.
Giving up.
So let's
We
see,
have
with
isolated ourselves for
even
too
just a
long.
20% cooldown penalty,
Perhaps there's a
your
balance we can find.
singularity would
We all
start
need to
at
find
almost
balance,
30-second cooldown. So you could use it about once an hour. See, like this is how a skill system should be. Like, okay, I could do this, this, and this, and one-shot all the bosses from the start of the game and not have to actually even really play. And then there'll be something in there that makes it to where you can't. Unless you literally dedicate all of your gear and all of your stuff to specifically making something fit into your build to work. Like, using singularity once every 30 seconds is not going to work well for you if you're trying to run around nuking everything. It'll work well for you in a certain area, and then you have to wait for singularity to go away. Whether you manually trigger it or not, either way, you have to wait for it to end to start the cooldown, which starts at 30 seconds. Then you got to figure out a way to make a 30-second cooldown manageable. All right, so let's say you take, you remove most of the, now let's say you don't remove the annihilation penalties. You can turn singularity into almost a 35 or 40-second ordeal, waiting on cooldowns and stuff. So figuring out how to turn that 28, 30, 31 second or whatever cooldown on singularity down to a more reasonable 2 or 3 second cooldown. How are you going to reduce the cooldown 500%? How are you going to do that? You know? Not 500%, but I don't know what the math would be. Because see, like, if you have like a 10-second cooldown and you get 100% cooldown rate, it doesn't make it 0 seconds. It doesn't work like that. There's a different math. It works off a base number and gives you like that much each 10%. Like, you take a 15-second cooldown and you reduce it, like, you get 35% and you may take 5 seconds off, but you get 100% cooldown on that and you're not going to take 15 seconds off. You're going to take like 7 seconds off, if that makes sense. It seems like diminishing numbers to where you got to get into the 150% percentile range on something to get, you know, say something that's in the 20-second range down under, like, you know, 5, 6, 7 seconds, that type of thing. You really have to stack a lot into that. So you're going to have to dedicate all your gear into that. Everything in the cooldowns. Everything. Just to get it in reasonable to where it'll cool down, you know, within some time where you can actually use it. Because if you're trying to fight and you're constantly waiting for it, it's not doing any damage while you're not using it. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so you put your singularity over here, and singularities are slow as fuck. They just take their time. They're sipping tea and smoking cigarettes and eating lunch on their way to the enemy. So by the time it fucking gets there, it's not starting cooldown, and then it sits there for a while. Can you move it? No, it sits there. So if your enemies say, oh, okay, I'm just going to go over here then, well, it's not doing you a fuck of good. So if it's not something you can use often, then once you've cast that, you got to wait 30 seconds for it. Guess what? It's not doing any damage. Why? Because it's sitting in your pocket. You're waiting for it to cool down. I can do 1,000 damage every time I use singularity. You only do 200 damage with your throw. Yeah, but I use throw about 83 times. while you were waiting to use your singularity once. I just did about 9k in damage over the last 30 seconds. You're still waiting to pull off your 1,000 point singularity. And guess what? You're still waiting. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to calculate DPS, don't look at the damage of something. Look at how viable it is and how often you can use it. If something hits for 5k, you say, wow, I want that, until you find out you can only use it once every hour. Whereas something over here hits for 500 and you can use it every fucking second. You can just spam it. Which would you rather use? The stuff that's going to net you about 500,000 K over the same period of time, as you'll pull your little 5k every once in a while. You'll get that big sweet number here about once every 20 minutes, while I'm pulling off these slightly smaller sexy numbers every 2 seconds, right? So, yeah, you can do damage. Can you do enough damage often enough to justify calling it damage per second? Or are you trying to pull off some damage per minute, damage per 5 minutes, damage per hour? If you're doing your 1,000 damage per hour, I'll take my 500 damage per second over your 1,000 damage per hour any day of the week, right? So.
Apparently, I just walked into a party.
I've learned a lot in a short time. The Rokar wants simple solutions, but nothing is ever simple or certain, is it? I wish those that were killed could have realized this. But after everything I've seen, I have to hope that they aren't lost forever.
This curious memory transfer.
Reincarnation.
Whatever it might be, I aim to devote resources to studying it. Maybe one day we'll find the truth buried deep within our superstitions.
That was kind of heartwarming to see.
There has been healing today, Havarl. The rifts between my people, and you're to thank. There is some space here at Dar Pelev, and we'll need extra hands to monitor Havarl's situation. Will you extend an invitation to your people? We'd welcome anyone who can help.
I'll pass it along.
Then I'll leave you. I have some numbers to analyze. Can you believe it? For the first time in years, they excite me.
Yeah. So now we'll do priming. Okay, there is a, believe it's right here. I think it's right there. Pretty sure it's right there. Let me go see. This is one of the cooler puzzles, I think. Even your map marker placements look cool. You know what I'm saying? This was my idea right here.
I wonder what this does.
That was my idea right there, essentially.
Welcome
wonder if I'd get anything on the scanner. Looks like we'll have to jump. I think we can get over there.
Oh, I like this puzzle. I really do. So my shield drain cooldown is getting there. Get it down a few more seconds. Put a bunch more points into tech. Get our cooldown, etc., etc. And then, be able to shield drain, charge, shield drain, charge, shield drain, charge. So charge would be a way to get shields back and also to get out of trouble. If you need to get out of a pack of enemies that you can't take out instantly, essentially, then, you can use charge to pick an enemy off in the distance and, you know, kind of go attack them over there type of thing. Come on, clunky shit. Seriously, how cool is that? Okay.
You're good at this.
Whoa. What do we have here?
Unceremoniously dropped off. Biotic damage booster augmentation. See, that's what I'm talking about. Fusion mod of adrenaline. What's that? Okay. There's all the puzzles here. On kill, recharge all active powers. Tech construct, health and damage. Use either of those. Just wanted to do that before we left. Let's get out of here. Okay. I guess I found out where she went. I don't remember.
Try to set thoughts of your sister aside. Did you find anything about my sister?
Lala was right. They documented everything.
Your sister was moved across Havarl. This data drive should have the specifics.
Thank you. With all this information, I could see Amara again. But the thought of leaving frightens me. This is my home. If I leave, I abandon my duties. What if I never get to come home again?
Everyone gets scared. It passes. Amara's your sister.
And home is often a person, and not a place. I will swallow my fear. Thank you for this. For helping an old man.
You're welcome. Sound a lot like the Inquisition dragons. Now I can go. That was like 500 something XP right there. Turning that in. That was pretty cool. Pretty cool, man. Well, so much for my coffee.
Leaving Havarl. Reg is yours, Pathfinder.
Ryder,
Let me guess.
could we talk a moment?
Let me guess. I have new email.
Sam's been compiling our star charts. The other pilots on the Nexus will have plenty of new trails to follow.
You can drop the charts off the next time we're there.
Funny, a few months ago, that station was like a war zone. Flying was my only way to escape the chaos. Now it's become a haven, just as it was meant to be.
Every good space station needs a big lake, maybe some fountains.
Indeed. Even non-amphibians need a little water. Regardless, the worst threat to the whole initiative is still that monstrosity.
You mean the Scourge?
I still see it crippling the Nexus in my memories. I had to train other pilots in hazardous flight techniques just to look for food and water. It's a cage that eats good ships and good people. Helios won't be home so long as it's a threat.
It's a huge space anomaly. It's not going away in anyone's lifetime.
If we could somehow neutralize it, or if our ships had defenses against it. Still, that's what we do, isn't it? Find a way where there is none. Just see the Nexus for proof of that.
We might have a problem. I was running some numbers, mass balances and such. The Tempest is carrying about 70 kilos of extra mass. I think something's aboard that doesn't belong.
Is it a problem that we're carrying extra mass?
Not mechanically, but something heavy and unexplained. That's not good. Our internal sensors aren't getting anything, but they're not as powerful as a Pathfinder's scanner. Can you take a look?
All right, I'll look around the ship and see what I can find.
You have AVP outstanding, Pathfinder.
Nice.
Pathfinder, you have new email.
Perfect drift.
Need that. Okay.
Also limbs and lives.
Well, what's the point of having them then?
I could swear I had some squads out there doing something. 10 mission funds, huh? $19. 24. 22. Okay, so every other one it drops 2 pounds. That's nice. Level 20 for that one. Let me clear out my shit real quick before we do anything
How
else.
long does it take to learn piloting?
Depends how you...
Okay.
Apply yourself. With your mind, you'd be adept in a few weeks.
Let's see. Lower damage, twice as many shots. Still like the Carnifex. I don't care. Still like the Carnifex. upgrade this a little bit too. So I've been running around with Liam. Getting Vetra's Quest and Chorus Quest isn't a problem. Chorus Quest is basically arc related. What's up, Jesus? How's it going?
Haval, the oldest new world. I like it.
We'll talk later.
I know it.
Okay. Apparently nobody needs to discuss things right now. Where was that found? Thinking down by Vetra's spot.
Such fire, PP. It's thrilling. You were bold to make the journey here.
Yeah? Thanks. I guess I was.
Seriously.
And Cora, I imagine your decision was
Got it.
mindful of your
Suvi, that extra mass is behind the storage room bulkhead.
Behind it?
It looks like a construction mech welded right into the hull.
Scanning the parts has activated an audio log.
I think I know what that's about, Ryder. Come up to the bridge.
Is there something else?
A few more questions, if that's okay.
Well, we won't know till we try.
I want to learn more about your species.
What would you like to know?
How long have you had electromagnetic capabilities? How did they evolve?
No idea. Biology doesn't interest me, but I'm sure you can easily read up on it.
That's disappointing. No biology at all?
How do your eyeballs work?
An internal lens focuses an image onto the retina where it becomes electrical impulses that are deciphered by the brain.
You took my sarcasm as an invitation to show off. Pitiful.
Well, enough about that.
Pitiful.
I'll see you later, Jal.
Stay strong and clear.
Pitiful. Just pitiful. Oh, man. You took my sarcasm as an invitation to show off. Pitiful. has 3 too. Or that only has 2. Yeah, that Ishior pistol or whatever. Yeah, that one. Gonna have to get the weight down on that one. Put some points in the pistols too, before we start running around with that bad mama jamma. Minus 1%. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright. Get off the store. Oh, wow. Okay, I won't be using a lot of this stuff. Nice. Guess we probably ought to go to the Nexus.
Pathfinder, you have pending vid calls.
Commander?
Pathfinder, Joel's been keeping me updated on your adventures, your good deeds on our behalf.
I meant them. I want you to know you can trust me.
You went out of your way to free that science team. A selfless act. But your true agenda is clear. To explore Aya's vault. Joel says you want to help find the Mosai. Why should I let you?
My personal code is, I got this.
Bold, a little arrogant, like me. Still, I'll reserve judgment for now. We've managed to trace the Mosai to a special Kent facility on Vold.
Why special?
These facilities are protected by a dynamic shield tech we haven't been able to crack. We're close, but its ability to adapt outstrips the speed of our current processors.
Pathfinder, adding my processor to their program would no doubt make the difference.
Ephra, I can help. Respectfully, this time you need my help.
Respectfully, the Angara don't need anything from you. We take care of our own.
With the processing power of my AI, I can guarantee the shield breach.
AI? Of course, that makes sense.
He's physically connected to me, so I need to... well, I want to go.
It was risky, to be honest, about your AI. And
Hey,
honesty
Anthony.
makes you different from the Ket.
I hope so.
You're welcome on the mission.
Thank you.
A team will meet you at our base on Vold. They'll take you to the Ket facility. Stay strong and clear. Goodbye.
Giles said he wanted to see you.
Okay, so this is Jaw's personal thing. I think he's in here. Pretty sure.
So, you've gained Ephra's trust. No easy feat.
I still don't think he likes me.
That's just his way. You should be more worried about the Rokar.
Ephra made it seem like you had experience with them.
I know their leader, Aksul. We studied together under the Moshai. But unlike me, he was a good student. The best, actually.
Then he knows about Remnant?
He did. It's a long story.
Give me the short version.
Aksul was captured by the Ket. He spent a year in a forced labor camp before he managed to escape.
That's why he hates aliens.
Yes, he suffered greatly. When Aksul returned, he no longer cared about the Remnant, or anything, except destroying the Ket.
Why not join the Resistance?
Aksul's not the type to follow orders. And I think he was bitter we weren't able to rescue him.
So he's really against the
he
Angarans
fought the
too.
Rokar.
We didn't give them much thought. But since your people arrived, his cause has grown.
More of a reason to set things straight before they get out of hand.
I don't think Aksul will listen to you. He'll make you want to kill him.
I have to try.
If Helios is to be your home, I guess you'll have to deal with the Rokar one way or another. There's a recluse on Havarul who escaped with Aksul from the Ket. Her name is Thordir. She might know how to contact him. I'll send you the nav point.
Okay, now since I took that vid call, I have this feeling I could probably go talk to somebody else.
Anything I can help with?
I just wanted
I
to
should
flirt.
get back to things.
Sounds good.
Damn it. Contact Director Addison from Havarl. Why don't we go take care of Jaw's thing right here? Actually, no, you know what? I'm gonna talk to everybody first. I wouldn't mind getting Evolve to 100% real quick anyway. Honestly, doing 2 or 3 quests will probably do it. So... see if anyone else needs to talk like right now. No, everybody's still kind of standing where they were. Looks like. Liam's still upstairs. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Plus we got that contact of Korra's to go talk to on Eos. We got a bunch of shit to do on Eos too. Yeah, let's do this stuff here. Then we'll go to the Nexus. Then we'll probably go to Eos. Then we'll go to Volt. Okay. More or less in that order. Liam's got to go. Where'd everybody go?
Entering atmosphere. LZ in sight.
Well, stream's been... No. It was active last night. Yesterday, and now stream's just dead. Of course, I guess we're not doing anything excessively exciting right now either, are we? Not really. But some stuff just to do just because. Let's see. Like Anthony dropping in to say hey and nobody says hey. Like, okay, that's actually almost rude. Sorry about that, Anthony. I can't apparently do anything about that today.
Cluster analysis alone can't tell us anything. Pathfinder Ryder, Dr. Tsana Relar, xenobotanist for the Initiative, and my colleague, Dr. Eric Baumgarten.
Xenogenetics.
Tasana, Tassoni,
Pleasure
close
to
enough.
meet you.
I can see why you're on Havarl. Plenty to keep you busy.
Indeed. It can hardly walk without stepping on a new life form. We tread lightly.
Your report of accelerated evolution and rapid growth of nature here caught our
That
interest.
dude's got the nose
We're analyzing
going.
everything we can for clues to replicate the effects on our own crops.
What a terrible idea.
Why would you want to do that? The planet was destroying itself.
Only because things were out of control.
If we learn to enhance the growth of plants and animals
but
in non-destructive
But
ways,
you can
we
control
could
them,
end hunger.
right?
It would change everything for the Initiative. Our colonies could thrive virtually overnight.
Or
Since
get out
we've
of
had the
control
vote,
and doctrinate
things
poison
are
and then
returning
kill
to
everybody.
normal, but
Could
too
do that
quickly
too.
for us.
The accelerated life forms you want
Science
to study
jumping into
are
shit
dying
head
off,
first.
decaying.
We're scrambling to scan and catalog everything before it's gone.
What's up, Def?
We could use some help.
Point me at the life forms you need. I'll do the rest.
Anything mutated beyond its baseline growth cycle will aid our work.
I'll provide the most promising genetic markers to scan for.
Thank you for whatever help you can provide, Pathfinder. Rendezvous here when you're finished.
Okay, I need to go.
Kieran says Zaval would have blasted another site. Come, two at most.
Were the projections so dire?
I could believe it. Came so close to losing everything.
Pathfinder Ryder did it.
Just I need to talk to her up there? Up above? Alright.
Pathfinder Ryder.
Jal said he worked for the Moshai?
Not I, but many of the team that was sent to the monolith
What's up,
are
ID?
her students.
I need some drink.
When we learned that
I
Havar's
need
decline
something.
had something to do with the monoliths, we requested her help. She sent her best people here to help us with the remnant.
I should get going.
Stars be bright for you, Pathfinder Ryder.
Okay, we need to go upstairs somehow. I don't think this was open last time.
No mutations, no fungus.
The reports didn't do this world justice. It's ethereal.
Director Addison? No personal appearance? It might have been an outpost.
Thank you, but no. I prefer climate control to these extremes. Given the planet's significance to the Angara, it's appropriate that we assist, but not place an outpost. And the stability you brought? I received a thank you from Aya. That may be the first time I've heard those words in Andromeda.
It's not just about being a good neighbor. Their stability helps us in the long term.
Practical and true. Ledgers don't understand that nuance, but I do. Havarl helps. Outpost or not, we're gaining. We need another, but we're gaining. It's promising, and a lot of people have noticed. And there's another matter, a ceremonial one. A statement for the archives.
Is this really the time?
Pathfinder was always a symbol.
A Krogan
like
squad?
Outpost flags hanging in the commons, the people need a connection to reality on the ground. Address them, Pathfinder. What did this mean?
We were promised a lot when we signed on to the initiative. But no golden world ever looked like this. We need to know everything. About Havarl, about the friends who come from here. We need to know it all.
Into the books, Pathfinder. Addison out.
Oh, okay, that's for settling Havarl, I guess. Something. Not really sure. Okay. Well, we got that done. Let's go do this.
The life forms in this area display accelerated growth markers.
Yeah, I noticed. They were trying to eat me. This accelerated growth of their teeth as they try to chew through my armor. Just can't keep up with the season premiere of Doctor Who. Oh, is that what's on right now? All I know is I have to wait another 16 years for The Walking Dead to start back up again. That's all I really care about. It's just too damn long.
Ryder, Tholdia lives near here. She's our best lead to finding Aksul.
Think she'll talk to us?
It'll take some convincing, but I think so.
Protect Tholdia!
Bye, bitch. Oof. I kicked their ass so bad I just doo-dooed on their doo-doo. Play the other species in Mass Effect. Go play multiplayer. You can play all of them in multiplayer.
Rokar. They died fighting.
Aksul must have sent them to watch over Tholdia.
Doo-dooed on their doo-doo. That's right. That's when you know you kick somebody's ass. Or you take a dump on top of their dump. Claim that shit too. That's right.
Locked. I'll override it.
Don't come any closer.
Tholdia. We're here to help.
Don't touch me.
I just want to help.
Your wounds, they're self-inflicted?
Hey, John, what's going on?
I can't go back. I won't.
Hush now, sister. The Ket are dead. They can't take you. We won't let them.
You sound like him. So confident. So sure.
You mean Axul?
He saved me. Gave me a chance to live. And die on my own terms.
We need to find him, Thordia. Ishare, brave one.
Even in the end, she was devoted to him.
And Axul's using that devotion to spread hate. The only other person who could reach him.
That's how they do it.
Another reason to rescue her.
Come on, let's go.
Alright, cool. Got Jaw's little thing. That's mainly what I'm doing. I'm going to get all my companions stuff started if I can. Okay, now. Well, several things we can do with that. That too. Why don't we go ahead and nice. Hey, what's up, Daniel?
You may wish to scan the life forms in your immediate area for growth mutations, Pathfinder.
That's why I'm here, Sam. Shut the...
Malfunctioning fault affected this area.
Shut the fuck up, Sam. Shut the fuck up, Sam. Shut the fuck up, Sam. these considered a... read on something. Okay, so these guys are essentially almost indestructible, apparently. Move! God damn it! Tail whip my dick, bitch. We're the 83 invisible dogs that just randomly fucking popped up last time, but now just aren't here. Because the spawns are just whatever the fuck the game feels like doing at any given moment. 80 enemies, 64 mini-bosses, 55 invisible fucking damage dealers that didn't exist until... What the fuck, man? Either do it or don't. You know? Like, just doing whatever. Where they at? Where they at? I hadn't died in a while, so the game wanted to kill me, so let's spam enemies on you. Just spam enemies. Let's just spawn them out of thin air until you're dead. You'll eventually run out of bullets. You'll eventually take enough damage to die, so we're just gonna spam enemies for motherfucking ever until you're dead to kill you because... What, the fucking developers get $1 every time I die? So they gotta just pull some bullshit every once in a while? And that really makes no motherfucking sense, man. I'm sorry, it really doesn't. It really, really, really doesn't. Really, really doesn't. Annoying. Snickers Ninja, grab a Snickers. Wow. That close, John. I may be here to entertain you, but I'm not here to amuse you or something. Maybe that's the way to say that. I'm not gonna let them come fucking backstab me later.
These Angara carried more than weapons. They had research tech, data pads.
Speaking of
Let's
research
find
tech,
out
where are
why.
what are alien artifacts or whatever? Unearthed alien artifact. I need one more. I can complete that too. Yep. There'd probably be one more up here. Apparently I've already been up here earlier. I don't remember. Oh, here we go. Sitting here looking right at it. Nice.
Good find, Pathfinder.
Apparently they killed each other. Okay, well, I'm kind of cool with that. I'm not gonna lie. Saved me the trouble. I'll take that. I'll take that.
The Rokar were studying mutant wildlife too. They want to use it against us. The datapad mentions a camp.
Updating known data. Mission parameters changing.
What about scanning the whatchamacallit? Or Sam could just change my mission parameters just when he feels like it. I'm really not trusting Sam. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not trusting him at all. So that's what we're going to do then. Man, it's way the fuck over there. Are you serious? Do we have to go down the ditch? I think so. Alright. Maybe not. So we got these random robots out here in the middle of nowhere too, huh? That's good to know. All right, man. Well, have a good one. It's bad when you have to bargain for TV time. Yeah, I think sometimes Def is this is what it seems like, is when you have a bunch of quests, like, you know, quest activators, like someone on the ship needs to talk to you type of thing. And it seems like if you go check your email before he tells you you have email, and then you, like, Cora wants to talk to you off in her room or something, whatever, you know, just whatever. And you, like, check that off and then go to talk to her. Like, on the way there, you'll hear you have email. On the way out, you'll hear you have email. Trying to research something, he'll tell you you have email. And then on your way back to the bridge, he'll tell you you have email again when you don't. It seems like that's when he does that. Either way, I still think it's something of a bug. But those seem to be the things that trigger it most of the time. I hate it when it makes me melee, or it makes me pick up loot instead of melee.
Enemies! Got them all. Hear that? Great. Took one out.
Oh my god, it dropped a lot of enemy. What the fuck? That is a lot. Oh, whoever they're fighting, I'm gonna let them fight it out a little bit. All I saw was about 50 red dots pop up. That's a little fucking ridiculous if you ask me. Which you didn't, but just saying. Seems a little much. Overcompensating a little bit with the enemy spawn right there. You think? No, no, no. How many of them are in here? We killed 20 of them. There was only 7. Now all of a sudden there's 13. Then there's 20. Then there's 32. Then there's 46. Then there's 85. Then there's 120. And just spam them until you die. Okay, yeah, I'll eventually die if the enemies never, ever, ever stop. Yeah, I'll eventually die. Like, that's not a challenge. That's fucking cheap artificial difficulty bullshit. God damn. Not cool, man. Not fucking cool at all. Not cool at all, man. I like a challenging game, not a cheap one. Some Dark Souls 2 bullshit. Where they all the guys that actually knew how to design, level design and shit, left. So what were they left with? Spam. Make it harder. Smaller area with more spam. Let's make it harder. Even a smaller area with more spam and a couple bosses and then some of the more spam. That's all you can do, huh? Weak. That's weak as fuck, man. That's weak. I'm sorry. Same shit as yesterday. Same place, too. Same shit, same place. So I shouldn't expect any different or something, man. I don't know, man.
Nice work.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't really been able to test that. It just seems like that's what triggers it, is when you have several quest-related things on your email and you, like, kind of just, you know, check them off. I don't know if it's from multiple ones or... That's just a guess. Do I have one of these yet? I don't. Nice. Well, I don't trust it. I see 3. As soon as I charge in there, there'll be 19 or 20. I mean, literally. Like, you can't trust it. Because it just does what the fuck it wants to do. God, I wish my cool down. That hurt. Someone help you. We're asking for help when... Okay, well, don't worry about it. You're dead now, so... No helping that, bitch. Savage. Just go savage on these fucking Rokar. Make them atone for their sins.
Sam, what do you get from this?
Analyzing. The Rokar took special interest in mutations that would poison a natural environment.
Could they really make Eos unlivable?
What are your instructions for this data, Pathfinder?
Erase the whole computer, Sam. No one needs that knowledge.
Acknowledged. Data elimination complete.
Let's wrap things up and get back to our researchers.
It's not that people can't come up with this shit all over again anyway, right? I mean, it's not like doing away with it is necessarily going to do any good. Delaying the inevitable. If people want to find ways to kill themselves and everyone else, they'll do it. They've proven that. That's about the only one thing you can guarantee. Is that people will find a way to destroy themselves, each other, and everything that they rely on to survive. They'll shit all over it if they can. Well, not if, when they can. Yeah. Cool, got all those. Kind of seems like I complete that quest almost by accident. I mean, I'm walking around doing other shit anyway. All you gotta do is just read those things as you go along. That's pretty cool. Easy. Okay. Alright, so that should do it for here. We got 100% viability, blah, 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 and all that. Still want some. I kind of want a rock star. That's kind of what I want. Maybe.
What have you brought us, Pathfinder?
I got jumped by Rokar. They were researching harmful mutations, hoping to use them against us.
I hope you put an end to their work.
Do you have any of their data? May we see it?
I erased everything. We don't need that kind of knowledge floating around.
I was just curious to see the Rokar's idea of good science.
We need to be better
No,
than them. This is
that's
about
not all you were
improving
curious
life,
about.
right?
Exactly. Our work could benefit the Angara. Prove the Rokar wrong about us.
I scanned all the mutated wildlife I could find. I hope it helps your research.
We're going to be overwhelmingly busy, aren't we?
Thank you for everything, Pathfinder. We'll get to work.
Okay. I think that's that. This random alien, right? What is Ryder? Just random alien to these Rokar. Oh, look, they fixed the bridge. Huh. Yeah, this was broken when we first got here. Oh, that's cool. Getting their shit back together. I wonder how much these places will change over time. Like, you're fixing these worlds. I wonder if they have it planned, like, in the next game, if you get to revisit in these areas, some of the overgrowth may be trimmed back, maybe some of the stuff will be restored. And then when you get into the final game, there'll be, like, more of a city here, you know? They'll do some development. Maybe there'll be some, I don't know, schools and buildings and, you know, things like that. Be kind of curious to see if they have plans to change this over time. Like, I could see this branch out into kind of like a sprawling city type thing, you know, using to study the remnant vaults and all that kind of stuff. You know what? I did not go back here. Random alien, run for your lives. They gotta be guarding something back here, right? I guess they don't have to be. But I can see Kalos fucking, intentionally landing on top of a loot chest just to troll us. I can see him doing that. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? Where's Callus at? Where would he be? Would he be? I could just see our little Solarian dude in there looking up at the ceiling with his twitchy little fucking Solarian lizard bug eyes, wondering what the fuck is going on. Alright. I don't see any stuff. Oh well.
Leaving Avaril. Reg is yours, Pathfinder.
Gil's been asking if you can come by.
Gil? The PS4 didn't do shit like that right there. Like, it's like the Xbox One really, really struggles to process this game. It seems like.
You have AVP outstanding, Pathfinder.
Oh, I got another point? No shit. Nice. 2 points available. Wow. Okay, I've done something right then, huh? Let's see.
Oh yeah, traded swear words.
Really? That's what you asked him about?
A completely different tech base. You start there. You want to talk shop? Talk shop. I want to know.
And you're sure you haven't seen it? Your remnant scrap is your business. Suit yourself. Joel will help me find it. Won't you, Joel?
If I can borrow it for a sketch, consider it found.
Aya is a wonder rider, and the Angara are so interesting. I hope we make it back. I want to delve and explore and who knows what else. We'll be back. We need the Moshae if we're going to get into their vault. Oh, I'm definitely sticking around long enough for that. What was it like for you on the Nexus? Well, I wasn't supposed to be woken up yet. That ex-friend I mentioned, my accomplice, she finagled my early thaw. So I kind of lived off the grid. Snuck around, bullshitted my way onto excursions off station. After I found my first remnant ruin, I started, borrowing shuttles. After that, I didn't spend much time on the Nexus. I even missed most of the revolt. Thanks for chatting. We'll talk again later.
You know it.
There you are. Gotcha.
Am I interrupting?
Nope. I go the way the wind blows. You're here now, so you're the wind. Just dealing with some scourge issues. That Archon fella tried to warn you not to joyride into it, but you were just la la la. It was an act first, think later move. I respect it. Well, more like I resemble it. Hey, you play poker?
Come again?
Poker. Card game, bluffing, betting. It's an age-old measuring stick of a person's character, fortitude, guts. Used to think maybe it was my calling. Turns out I'm just good at it. Never lost, heads up. We should play sometime.
Willing to put your streak on the line?
Huh. I'll risk it. Next time we port up and you're in the mood, I'm always in the mood.
Okay, well, we're going to the Nexus anyway, so... PB butt. Watch things unfold. Such as... Things? Alright, things. Just things. Gotcha. I'm making my rounds before I go back upstairs. Okay, we're good. Where the hell is Drac? Where's Drac? Got Drac. Yeah, I've got Drac. Maybe I don't have Drac. I didn't do that. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. For sure I did. God damn it.
What's going on? I should get back to things.
Sounds good.
I guess it's basically after each major planet you talk to her, but apparently Havarl doesn't count or something. Actually, I don't think Havarl does count. Never mind. Think of it, it actually doesn't. Okay.
Mostly unexplored.
Krogan thinks he's hidden, and you see this huge hunch sticking up behind the couch and shit.
What's old is new.
I'm picking up something. Deploying probe. Anomaly found. Picking up something. Probes launched. Anomaly found.
33. I'm a ways away, huh?
Anomaly detected. Probe away. Probe away. Satellite detected.
Nice. What if we should go to the Nexus before Vold? We should go back to Eos, what we should do.
Mineral wealth from this system once fed industry on Vold, and well beyond.
One day that might be true again. Anomaly on sensors. Probe away. Got a reading from the asteroid belt.
Will this put us at about 40? Still need like 10 more planets. I don't think we can get enough. Vold's gonna keep us busy for a long time.
Sometimes I forget how small we are.
Played some multiplayer earlier trying to unlock the Asari Adept. I think is probably my favorite so far. You just destroy shit with that thing. Can't get it though. I just can't get him to give it to me. Plus I don't have any real decent characters to play silver matches or higher or gold consistently, so kind of stuck leveling really, really slow. levels and money don't come real fast on bronze. Gotta be something on this planet, right? No, no loot in this entire system. Oh, that sucks. Alright, so Nexus or... Put Eos first. Hey, San, what's up? How's it going? Actually, I think when you get Vold's system done, it gives you like 47 planets or 48. Can't quite get 50. Make a new Omni Blade. I'm kind of liking the Omni Blade producing a fire effect.
Descent is green.
I guess cryo would be pretty cool too.
Coordinating. Path is calm.
Honestly, cryo ammo probably be even more effective. Cryo ammo, incendiary Omni Blade, shield drain for electric, and then biotics. Kind of cover all the bases
Back where
there.
we really started. What's new on our first home?
The Kett still maintain a presence. Skirmishes are frequent, and travel requires caution.
They never learn. What else?
The atmosphere continues to clear, but radioactive hazards pool in some areas. Study is ongoing. And remnant remain active on the surface, but also as detected by seismic readings.
Point of contact for all this?
Your people, Pathfinder. Prodromos is expanding, with all the trials and discovery that building an outpost represents.
Armed them well enough.
All data about newly accessible EOS is from their work.
Well, let's make sure it gets the attention it deserves.
So I got Korra. And about 15,000 quests to pick up if I want them. Find all the drones. Yeah, these are collection type stuff.
Hello, Ryder.
Nav points of lost supplies noted, Pathfinder.
Not busting our tails on viability to let resources go so easy. Let's check it out.
Y'all just came up and big-faced the merchant.
you're to thank for a physics-defying atmosphere processor.
That's me. I'm Ryder.
Haley Abrams, Director of Scientific Research on EOS, and writer of papers that start what the hell weather. Since we're prioritizing military defenses, we may be asking that question for a while. But new galaxy, new world, and a really new start. Gotta keep up.
Thinking they may use the Andromeda series to kind of fine-tune and explain and put their side to the Mass Effect trilogy story, because it's my impression that a lot of players didn't get it. Like, just didn't get it. Like, totally, I mean, they took their own take on the game, and that's what the game's about, too. Any story-driven, you know, you get your impressions and you get your own theories and ideas and stuff like that. But I think the message that, at least that I felt they were kind of sending, well, there were several. It wasn't just one. A lot of it was just the human nature, the human condition, you know. And besides just the obvious, you know, conflict of good and evil type thing, you know, trying to do the right thing, trying not to do the wrong thing, whatever. But I think there was a lot of messages there. There was a lot of insight into why people do what they do, you know, like group dynamics, group social dynamics. There's probably all kinds of psychological and sociological terms for all that bullshit, but like, you know, the lemming mentality, how people will just follow a current and just go with it, even if it's completely illogical, even if it's to their own detriment. If they're told to think a certain way, sometimes it's just easier for them to just say, okay, I'll just think however you want me to think, and they just take whatever comes in, and they don't, you know, just do their thing. And there's a lot of that in Mass Effect. They really, I think they make a good point on how people how people really are. There's how I'd like to be, and then there's reality, you know? And I think Mass Effect points at people's aversion to reality as opposed to making things, whitewashing things, like literally denying the problem that's right in front of their eyes in favor of an imaginary reality, right? A fantasy that they make up in their own mind, thinking, well, it's just going to be okay if I just ignore the truth and pretend like everything's okay. It'll be okay as long as I pretend it is. We really suffer from that a lot today in the real world and stuff, and there's a lot of that going on in the Mass Effect universe. I think they make a good job of like touching a lot of those things. I think it's kind of the moral of their story at the end of it, and I think a lot of that got lost in, well, I don't know. I think it got lost in reviews and theories crafted by shallow thinking or lack of attention to the game, as opposed to trying to pinpoint little minutiae, little stuff in the game, trying to micro-analyze it out of context. And remember, Mass Effect, Dragon Age does it even worse. Half the lore in Dragon Age is bullshit. Like admittedly bullshit. Like they're literally lying to you. Like there isn't like even a single thread of Chantry history, for example, that even resembles the truth. Like it's all fabricated. The history that everybody relies on to discern what the fuck's going on, what happened in the past, and what's happening now is all fabricated, or bullshit, or just misled, or misunderstood, or conjecture, or literally just rewritten by people in the past for political reasons and social gain and whatever. And so trying to establish theories on Dragon Age based on Dragon Age lore as it's written in Dragon Age history makes you as misled, ignorant, and misguided as everyone in Dragon Age who doesn't know what the fuck is going on, right? Like, no one in Dragon Age knows who's doing what and why. Like, shit's just slowly just now starting to uncover, and we're already going off into the fourth game. Well, Mass Effect, I think there's a bit of that. I think things that were supposed to be true, like I had someone argue with me about the Prothean beacon. Okay, well, essentially the beacons themselves, I don't even think they were crafted by the Protheans. I think those in and of themselves were left behind by the Reapers too. I'm not saying they couldn't fabricate some of their own from the pattern of beacons existing or whatever, but like if you look at like the Asari and stuff, what they uncovered on Thessia and basically built Thessia around, that whole underground database left behind, was that established by the Protheans? Maybe so, but it still evolved from Reaper tech. They gave the Citadel. They gave credit for the Citadel and the Mass Effect relays to the Protheans, saying that Citadel and Mass Effect relays were hundreds of millions, maybe billions, trillions of years old. However long the Reapers have been around, that's how long those things have been around. And so, like, that's not real history. That's conjecture. That's, well, the last civilization must have left it here because we don't know about the millions of civilizations that went on before that, every 50,000 years, going back for eons, right? But not understanding that, being ignorant of that, they made up history. They said, well, all the stuff that we see must have been left by someone who came before, because the scope of our vision is, I think, in terms of years and hundreds of years, where the scope of the powers that be, like the Reapers and whatever players are gonna wind up popping up in this game, they could be thinking in terms of billions and trillions and zillions of years. Like a million light years might just be a thought to these people, where it took humanity 600 years to travel, and that was only with the help of converted Reaper tech, right? And so, just because I think humanity's inability to conceive that something is just because we don't understand it. In other words, if I don't get it, then it's not there. If I don't understand it, then it must be wrong. If I don't believe it, then it must not be true. No, it could be true and you just don't believe it. It could be there and you just don't know, right? It could be right and you're just stupid. You know, that could just be the facts. But man, humanity we're too proud for that, to admit that anything's outside our scope, to admit that anything's beyond us, you know, and that type of thing. There's a real humanitarian lesson in Mass Effect. So I think when looking into the story, it's not just the old bad king is doing bad things to the land and the knight needs to put on his armor and pick up his sword and go slay the bad king and maybe a dragon or two, and that's it. It's not, this isn't water puddle fluff here. The story is much deeper than that. So if you're gonna look into it, pay attention to everything that's done and said, what you see in the environment, how shit goes down. When you hear people say things in the game that doesn't vibe and doesn't jibe with what you've seen and experienced yourself in the game, and you start to see truths start to pop up. And there's a lot more to it than just reading a few things of lore and trying to fabricate a theory, rather than spend the time and attention it takes to get to know the game and what the writers are actually trying to say. Not that I have the answers either, but I think it's fun to do that, to dig a little bit, you know. If you want, hey, what's up, Frag? How's it going? I didn't see you jump. Hey, Kakoi, what's up? I have to restrict myself to chocolate. Huh. For example, I'll give you an example, and this kind of belies a lot of Mass Effect theories and Mass Effect analogies and summaries of the Mass Effect story, where people make light of things because they don't understand. People mock things because they don't understand. That's almost like a given with human nature. Mock what you don't understand. Belittle what you don't agree with, especially if it's right. Belittle it and try to make right wrong because you can't be right yourself. Rather than change, just try to destroy that which, if something over here is right, and in light of it being right, I look wrong, what does humanity do? Change to be right? Step out into the light to be right? No, we choose to hide in the dark and try to destroy the sun. We try to destroy the sun that shines a light on our faults, don't we? Honestly, as a whole, in general. I'm not talking about individuals, and I'm not talking about personal acts or sense of accomplishment amongst individuals, which are usually the exception to the rule. But overall, I think mankind would rather discredit the light than step out into light themselves and be acknowledged for having any kind of fault or any kind of error. In other words, if I have no right thing about myself, but I'm incapable of admitting that I have a single fault when I essentially am one big fucking collection of faults, then the last thing I want to do, if I'm too proud to change, is admit that anything about the light is right. So I try to blot that out. I try to paint over it instead of acknowledge it and transform accordingly, right? That's just humanity. Let's take a look at the Mass Effect 3 ending. Rather than go into a big long diatribe about it, just basically, it is an actual opportunity from the writers, right? In my opinion, it's one of the best endings to a game ever written. That's why it's bashed so much. That's why it's hated on so much. Because people are like, it might require an ounce of thought, and I might actually have to go back and pay attention to the game, and I might actually have to admit something that I don't know to see this. So instead of making any effort, I'm just going to say it's bad because I don't get it. And I'm sorry, if you get the ending and you still don't like it, then you don't like it. 99% of the people that don't like the ending is because they don't get it, not because it's bad. And I'm sorry if that's offensive, but that's the harsh reality of it. Mass Effect 3's ending was basically this. It gave you, the player, the opportunity in the presence of the collective mind of the Reaper. You'd already been in the collective mind of the Geth. Mankind's, well, the Quarians, Organic's current generation version of created AI. If the Quarians were the Leviathans, then the Geth would have been the Reapers, right? Well, the Quarians aren't, and the Geth weren't. The Geth were simply tools, easily reprogrammed and easily led, indoctrinated, if you will, by the Reapers, because the Reapers are supercomputers. If nothing else, when you break it all the way down, they're supercomputers. And the Geth were as easily accessible as an unlocked front door for the Reapers, right? To have their way. And convince the Geth in their own programming that they had some kind of choice, because the Geth were essentially programmed to seek that, to follow protocols like the Reapers were to simulate life, not being alive. They're just fucking machines. The only thing live in there is an electric current, as far as that goes. And no, that's not all human life is made up of electric currents. No, sorry. So, like, you know, when Legion says, do I have a soul? No, you're a fucking computer, dude. Are you a likable computer? Well, I guess you were programmed that way. And I guess you've studied organics long enough to mimic certain human behaviors which come across as lifelike. But it's still mimicry. It's still programming, right? Anyway, I got off track. The end of Mass Effect 3 gave the player the opportunity. In fact, you had 2 out of 3 opportunities to be indoctrinated. Not to understand indoctrinated, not to make a decision for or against an indoctrinated individual, like when you're dealing with the Elusive Man who was indoctrinated. When you're working against Saren, you're fighting against someone indoctrinated. The end of Mass Effect 3 actually gave you 2 opportunities to be indoctrinated. To be, all right, if you ever said anything bad about the Elusive Man and then picked control, you were actually being the very thing that you hated. You actually fulfilled it, you know, like say if you just said, I'm going to kill the Elusive Man when I see him. Well, then you better just kill yourself, because you actually get a chance to be everything that you probably mocked and hated and talked bad about. It's great when you're pointing the finger at somebody else. When you're talking bad about somebody else, it sucks when you realize that 4 of those fingers are pointed back at yourself. So whatever you said about the Elusive Man, if you ever took control, you are everything that you ever said about him. Not in the game, in real life. And too fucking proud to admit it, probably. Is that fair to say? If you did that, unawares, would you be humble enough to admit it and see the error of your ways? No, because you have the same pride that the Elusive Man has. In other words, what they revealed at the end of Mass Effect 3, in 2 out of those 3 decisions, was the opportunity to be flawed like the people who did the worst, most horrific shit in the game. The Illusive Man and Saren. If you pick Control, you had the Illusive Man's version of indoctrination. That particular sense of indoctrination coming from pride. And then if you pick Synthesis, if this is offensive to you, get over it. If you pick Synthesis, you actually were allowed to be the equivalent of Saren's indoctrination, which plays off of cowardice and laziness. Rather than do the effort, because they give you some background on Saren and tell you how he operates and how he works. Rather than make the effort to do the right thing, he would cut corners at others' expense and always play both ends against the middle to make himself look good while he did so. He was dirty. But he was lazy and he was a coward. He was a coward. Rather than actually confront challenges, he'd find subversive means to do so, always at someone's expense. And the Reapers were able to play off of that. And so you can either be too proud, too much of a coward, or you can be unindoctrinated and have your own free will and choose to do away with the Reapers. Destroy. Can all that shit be rebuilt again? Of course. Can the Mass Effect relays through nanotechnology and whatever else recreate themselves? Probably so. And if not, the Reapers will come back in about 49,000 years, or 10,000 years, or 5, or just 1,000 years. Once everybody that's alive at the time of the events of Mass Effect 3 are all long dead and buried, once the last Asari has gone to her grave, what do the Reapers do? Come and make some more Mass Effect relays. Finish what they started and go after it again. Maybe let the humans go through a few more cycles to see if there are any more Shepards, if there are any more anomalies, or if Shepard is the actual one true anomaly. But basically, the bottom line is the Mass Effect 3 ending gave you an opportunity to be exactly what you hated, or be the hero that you claimed to be the entire game. And if you missed that, I'm sorry, because that's one of the most dynamic, fascinating, well thought out, deep, meaningful endings to a video game that I've ever seen. And people hated it. They cried about it. Cried in the exact same way if you exposed them in public on the Presidium that they were indoctrinated and proved it to them that they were indoctrinated. They would cry the exact same way they cried about the ending of Mass Effect 3. And guess what? An indoctrinated person doesn't fucking know they're indoctrinated, and if you could convince them that they are, they'd be too proud to admit it, and they would find some way to kill you because you're the only one that exposes light on their flaw. That's human nature. That's what the ending was about. That shit's pretty fucking amazing if you ask me. Well, you didn't ask me, but it's my stream, so I'm telling you anyway. So when put in that light and understood in that way, Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 take on much more meaning. The story and everything that happens, starting with Shepard on Eden Prime, right? Where she interacts with the beacon, and the beacon attempts to break her. What gets broken? What gets broken at the beginning of Mass Effect 1? Does Shepard get broken, or does the beacon get broken? Shepard's will is so strong, she's the anomaly. She was able to break the beacon. The beacon, indoctrination, control of organics is something that the Reapers had always had through means of technology like the beacons and whatever else, whether the Protheans made them or not. It doesn't matter. It came from Reaper tech. The same nanotechnology programmed to do what the Reapers do, to follow their agenda, to make sure that the galaxy on a galactic scale follows their fucking agenda. So when it comes time for the harvest, the Reapers can just roll in, do their thing, and roll out. It's just procedure. It's just fucking machine work, because that's what they are, machines, right? Well, all of a sudden, you have an organic that can break the fucking beacon. You can't break Shepard. Shepard broke the beacon. That was significant. That set the foundation for the story. That event doesn't seem significant until you understand what's significant about the event. And then all of a sudden, it gives significance to a whole bunch of other shit in the game. But until you understand how significant that event was, it seems like just something that happened. okay, the beacon broke, and by means of her getting a vision, I don't want to think about that anymore because I don't want to understand 99% of the story. Or you can understand not just the vision, not just the broken snippets of stuff that she got from the beacon. It wasn't because the beacon didn't work. Saren interacted with that, and the beacon controlled Saren, used him like a fucking ragdoll, picked him up like a puppet. Picked him up like a puppet on strings. Get it? Get it? Well, it tried to do that shit with Shepard too, and she busted that shit. She said, get on with your broke-ass self, right? And she broke the beacon. The beacon that worked. Wasn't dysfunctional. Beacon was fine until it fucked with Shepard. Shepard busted that shit up real quick and kept busting the Reaper's ass from that point forth. She was the anomaly. Or he. Your Shepard, the character you're playing was the anomaly. You were the exception. You were the thing that they had never seen before, ever. Through all the cycles, through the hundreds of billions of trillions of organics that have been harvested, consumed, destroyed, age after age. For every Reaper represents a cycle. And I don't know how many there were, but there was a fuck ton of them. A lot of Reapers. And each one represented a cycle. And so you got to think that's how many people each cycle, billions, trillions, times possibly billions or whatever. That's a lot. That's a long motherfucking time. And Shepard was the first of that kind. That's the character you get to play. And you get to make that decision at the end. Did you learn anything, or did you become indoctrinated like the very people that you fought against? Are you a tool like fucking the Elusive Man? Are you a tool and a coward like Saren? Or do you still have a will of your own? And if you express your own free will, you choose to destroy those things. Are the Reapers going to let you push a magic button and magically poof? Well, if you bought that, then you're just stupid. I'm sorry, that's just silly. Unless the writers come back and say that the magic destroy all the Reapers button, that they say, yeah, push that button over there, we'll all just self-destruct right now. Okay, unless the writers come back and tell me that's exactly what they did. Okay. The Geth have already proved that they can lie. The Reapers are really arrogant. They can lie. The entire ending was a lie, as far as that goes. Were the cycles going to end? Well, not until you actually do it with the Reapers. Are you actually capable of doing that? Now, you have to work pretty hard just to kill one of them. I don't know how you're going to kill billions. And all the Reapers that were there in that cycle, was that all of them? They came over from across dark space. They have quantum entanglement communicators. In fact, the Geth repurposed one of the Mass Effect relays to get something like real-time data on the Andromeda cluster. So get this. This is how we set the foundation for Andromeda. The Geth repurpose a Mass Effect relay. Reaper tech. The shit that the Reapers use to harvest everybody every 50,000 years for about the last fucking 50 million cycles, right? Okay. The Geth repurpose some tech. Humans come along and use it to scan the Andromeda galaxy. So, let's just put this in context. The humans come and pick the Reaper's credit card up off the counter in front of the Reapers, scan that shit, use it to purchase a bunch of porn off a site over here with their IP address and everything else included, right? And the Reapers are watching this the whole time. They know where you're going, what you're planning, who you're going to be there, and the people that are probably what would you say, financing all that shit is probably people working for the Reapers at the time, like Cerberus, right? Or the, what's his name, Shadow Broker, or all the above, or who knows what. Regardless of who their benefactor was, regardless of who was financing it, the bottom line is the Reapers are just watching this and they're like saying, these humans are actually going to go so far because it was a human initiative. It included the rest of the species because they wanted to be all-inclusive and show that they're gonna play nice, right? Humans always have. It's the aliens that don't ever want to play nice. If the humans are left out to hang, fuck them. If we're left out to hang, the humans need to come help us. If the humans are left out to hang, they can just go suck a dick by themselves. That's how the aliens treat humans. And then, if the humans ever say anything about it, they call the humans racist. Sound familiar? Go click on Twitter right now if you want to see an example of that in the real world. Okay? So, just putting that in context. Anyway, so the Geth, the current generation AI, this current cycle's AI, tools of the Reapers, serving their purpose, so doing what AI is supposed to do during the cycle, soften up the organics, keep everything in discord and stuff like that, so that the Reapers can do their job. The Geth repurpose a Mass Effect relay to get faster than light, what would you say, display readings from the Andromeda Galaxy. Faster than light readings from the Andromeda Galaxy, repurposing a Mass Effect relay. Where did the Geth learn to repurpose a Mass Effect relay? Reaper tech. Reapers maybe? Huh, you think? Possible the Reapers gave the Geth the ability to repurpose that to look off into another galaxy. To help out the humans, they don't give a fuck about the humans. The Reapers will snuff out the humans in 2 seconds when they feel like it. Shepard put it through a wrench in their plans and made things inconvenient. Fascinated them, if nothing else, because she didn't compute. It wasn't logical for someone to have that much free will. Unless you picked the control or the synthesis option, then you prove that you were indoctrinated the entire time, and you're just a fucking tool. Well, if you choose the destroy option, you at least show some sense about yourself. Maybe it'd be worth letting the humans progress for another cycle to see what they're capable of, to see if you actually are a reason to change the solution that the Reapers had always been acting out every cycle, right? So all of a sudden, magically, the Geth get this ultimate knowledge on how to repurpose a fucking Mass Effect relay to watch the Andromeda Galaxy, and all of a sudden, we have the means and the finances to go there. But by the time we get here, shit's changed. Shit's been thrown in the mix. The Ket, who act a lot like the Reapers, crossed with the fucking Collectors. They act a lot like them. Aggravated, because apparently they can't get any. The only way they can reproduce is to act like a fucking, some kind of bacteria or fungus on something and absorb all the other races they come in contact with. Absorb, destroy, and move on. Right? They act real similar, but you got all the shit that went down while the humans are traveling over here. Funny is you also had somebody over here in the Andromeda Galaxy that had managed to come up with a way to apparently either create life, if not from scratch, at least create new life from old life or something through technology and a way to actually terraform worlds to create viable planets. That was ruined by the Scourge, which is dark energy. Another link to the Reapers. I don't know if the Reapers are going to get a direct link to the Andromeda Galaxy, but it was a basic Reaper tool used by some second-hand, second-rate, coin-operated ass machines that the Quarians came up with that repurposed that shit that allowed the humans to do something that could never be done, to see over 2 million light years away in almost real time. And the Geth just magically knew how to do that. Come on, man. If you used Reaper tech to get here, you think the fucking Reapers didn't know exactly when you were going to be here and how long it would take to get here? They've made this trip, the same trip that the humans made with the Andromeda Initiative, the Reapers have done about 50 million times. Remember, for every Reaper, that's a cycle. And they come from across dark space. Somewhere. Another galaxy. Is this essentially the Reaper's home? Vacated right now? A place of dark energy where they come to hibernate, essentially, in between cycles? And so, if the Geth are interested in finding a way to leave because of this Reaper thing, and it's possible that the Reapers' plans have now been thrown in disarray, they don't know what's going to go down with Shepard, but they already know they couldn't break Shepard. There's something new, something that doesn't compute. Is it possible that the Reapers could gently guide through Reaper tech using their agenda the course of organics? So the organics want to leave, huh? Let's give them a place to go. Let's give the Geth the ability to transform our shit to help the humans and the rest of the organics look over here, but we'll tell them where to look. And so once again, you see the Reapers corralling like a shepherd, gently nudging the people to go where they want them to go. I mean, that's only just a logical conclusion. I'm not saying that's what's going down here in Andromeda, but those are the clues that they've dropped. If you listen and you watch and you look and you pay attention to what they show you and to what they say and the suggestions they give and little dialogue and snippets that you pick up here and there. Stuff in passing, you'll be on the bridge and you'll hear one of your pilots say something that doesn't seem to mean anything. And then later you'll be like, oh my God, Suvi said that shit. Suvi was talking about this. Somebody said something relevant about something. It happens. You just got to kind of put them together. So. Anyway. No, if you can't tell, I really like talking about that kind of stuff. It's an amazing story. I mean, there's a reason I love this game, right? I guess that's pretty much it.
Activating that vault changed the planet. Anything to worry about?
I don't believe so. Sadly, our equipment is tuned for incoming enemies, not watching the skies. But the storms show no signs of returning, and I know who to contact for Remnant tech support. I'll take it.
I've got to go.
Keep up the good work.
Why do you have a quest marker if I can't get a quest?
We've been tracking mate, but I don't know what's causing it. Something strange is going on out there.
An earthquake?
EOS has mass... Our seismic survey hammers would be perfect. All I need is someone to place them.
You got...
I've marked... Just be careful. The tremors are getting worse.
I've got...
Keep...
Okay. Alright, Cora is not an ideal person to bring along to fight an architect.
Sam, another memory prompt?
One of your father's memories is now accessible. Return to Sam Node on the Hyperion to investigate further.
A pity your first outpost had to be military, but I see why.
The Ket don't pull their punches. With colonists on the line, neither can we.
Prodromos reports their defenses are online.
Right. And, and you know what? In Eastward, just to kind of validate everything I just said, when you choose to not buy any of the bullshit, in other words, you're not dictating anything I do, asshole. I choose not to choose the only choices you're giving me. A, B, or C, or A, B, or C, right? All these magic buttons to show you where I'm at, kind of like raising the flags in Dragon Age Inquisition to show the Envy Demon who you really are. That's about all that is, right? They just want it, they're just studying. We're nothing but amoebas on a fucking microscope slide to the Reapers. Regardless if we win a battle or two, the war is so far out of our scope and grasp that, you know, we can have all the stubborn pride and will and everything else to resist that we want, but their ability to essentially single-handedly snuff everything out instantly if they wanted to, but they're following their protocol. They're following their programming. Even if it is an error in logic, it's what they do. But if you just shoot him in the face and you're just like, I don't buy any of your bullshit, you little asshole, and he says, all right, the harvest go on as usual. Continue the harvest. They're going to do that anyway. Honestly, they might have played into that. If you push the last button, they might have blown up some Mass Effect relays. They might have done this and that. They might have even canceled out their current Reapers because you know what? They need a new solution. They need to try something different. They got some new shit to look forward to. This has become obsolete. We actually have found organics that are at least capable of fighting, that can't be indoctrinated. We need a new solution. So would they get rid of the old machine? Sure, why not? Why not? It's nothing to them. Like I say, you're talking about a people that can cross dark space instantly at will. Isn't it strange to you that when you close off the whatchamacallit, when you close off the relay, the conduit in the Citadel, And then when you crash that fucking asteroid into the Mass Effect relay, which is the first one that the Reapers are going to use to come through, they show up, what? About a year later, anyway, coming from forever, the other side of dark space, at least another galaxy, if not galaxies, plural, away, right? And they still can basically show up on foot. You took away their convenience, but you didn't really hinder them much. You just threw a wrench in their plans, really. All right. I mean, of the three, Destroy showed that you weren't indoctrinated. Control and Synthesis were straight up indoctrination. I think it would fascinate the Reapers if you were willing to become one with them. If you were honestly, if you were that dirty leg laying on your back, butt naked with your legs spread wide, that you'd actually buy that shit. Like, the obvious solution that you really need to, because it's the one that he tells you need to pick. He tries to seduce you. He tries to sell you on that shit. I mean, if you really listen to how the Catalyst talks to you, it's the collective minds of the Reapers using every form of propaganda, seduction, lying, manipulation, and selling you on shit. Legion tries to do the same shit. Remember, when you're in the Geth Collective, he's cherry-picking certain scenes to show you that the Quarians were the bad guys and the Geth never did anything wrong. That they were the innocent machines who just asked, "What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? I just want to be nice. Why do you shoot me like that? Oh, I guess if I have to, I'll pick up this military-grade sniper rifle and wipe your fucking ass out. But I really didn't mean to. You made me do it." He literally sells that shit to you. Come on, man. That's human tactics. How many times, come on, guys out there, how many times your girlfriend pulled that shit on you? I mean, seriously, and vice versa, ladies out there. How many times your boyfriend pulled some shit like that? Come on, man. And you can't see it? Really? And so, that's the only thing they can, I think there's another object lesson there. It's the only thing the organics could conclude from having observed, genetically studied, and harvested billions, perhaps trillions of civilizations. Not individuals, but civilizations. All of our cultures, all of the religions, all of the thoughts, all of the psyches, all of the attitudes, emotions, and everything else. What is the sum of all of humanity, all of organic life over billions and trillions of years, perhaps millions of eons? What is the sum conclusion? Lie, manipulate, destroy, pride, arrogance, bullshit, manipulate some more, steal, kill, manipulate, fuck some shit up after you're done manipulating it so you can steal more shit and fuck up what's left so you can leave a little behind and hope it grows on its own so you can steal that and kill it too. That's all it's learned. That's all synthetics can gather from organics. Okay, now, let's take a real life example. This is how deep I believe their writing goes. This is what I get from it. Now let's look at real life. Give man a computer. What was the first computer? The first real functioning computer. I mean, we were using computers to put the man on the moon in, the 60s? But we had computers going before that. I guess it goes back to the 40s. The first, like test tube on is a 1, test tube off is a 0. I'm talking basic of the basic, where 1 + 1 = 2 might take a few minutes to come out, but it'll eventually get it type of thing. Okay, give a man a machine that can do his thinking and work for him. And how long will it take mankind? Because we don't have Asari and Solarians and Turians and shit to point the finger at. All right, so far in the real world here, we haven't discovered the archive on Mars yet. We haven't learned anything about Protheans or any prior civilizations. All we know is what we got here. Give us a machine, and in less than 100 years, what will we do to our world, our society, our drinking water, our food, our insects, our ecosystem, including our food system and stuff like that? What will we do to our economy? What will we do to our politics? What will we do to ourselves? Suicide rate is higher than it's ever been in the history of ever. In the name of peace, we've started more wars in the name of peace. than have probably been fought in total over the last, I don't know, couple thousand years, just here in the last 50 years, 60 years, just to say 100 years. So give a man a machine. Let us do that. And we will destroy ourselves. Like, at this rate, we don't have long to go. And fuck your excuses to siphon billions of tax dollars to create bureaucracies to overlook what you think might be happening to the planet that's already happened to the planet who knows how many times over the past few thousand years. Just because it didn't happen last week and you didn't read about it on social media doesn't mean it didn't happen 1,000 years ago or whatever. We've had ice ages here and the planet's still around. Okay, so this global warming bullshit, the excuse to create groups that cost the taxpayers billions of unaccounted for money, no other agenda but that, and it's actually become an even moral and ethical and social issue among the liberal left. Like, you know what? Even if it was a thing, you're not gonna stop it. Because you are buying the shit made from the shit that's doing the shit that's supposedly causing this phantom thing that you say is happening for the first time, which has already been scientifically proven to have happened about once every few hundred years or 1,000 years, like in the history of the planet. Well, forget all that. But what I'm saying is we have something new that Earth hasn't seen just in the past 100 years. We have industry and leading to computers, global communication. Go back just 60 or 70 years. Go back just like 50 years. Well, no, I say 60 or 70 years. Easily 100 years ago, definitely. And that's not, all right, here's the written history of mankind. And here's the last 100 years. Here's our history. Here's the last 100 years. Pre-industry, post-industry. World was as it is. People running around in their sandals and clubs trying to beat each other to death the old-fashioned way. Slow as shit. Like, if you wanted to get on a boat and go fuck off these people over here, it was going to take you a couple months. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to just rally the troops and, like, there's some people over there who don't want no trouble, so let's go fuck their shit up and kill them and take their shit. Because it's all we do. That's all people do. That's our best efforts. The combined total of all the good that mankind can come up with is to eventually rally the troops and go take their shit. And then the people at home that are benefiting from you taking their shit are crying about how immoral it is that you're going to take their shit. And woe unto the people whose shit is getting taken. And the entire time they are enjoying those people's shit, right? Your air conditioning, your soft, cushy living room, and all that stuff that you've got. You enjoy the profits of having taken their shit. You're ashamed to be an American in the face of the native Indian unless you're at Starbucks getting your $9 coffee on your way home in your $60,000 Benz to go sit in air conditioning and Netflix and chill. I doubt the woe of the American Indian is really bothering you all that much when you're doing that bullshit. You certainly don't mind exploiting the benefits, but you want to bemoan. It's nothing new. They just didn't have fucking cell phones a couple hundred years ago when they were rallying the troops and getting on a motherfucking ship with a cloth-ass sail and watching their fucking sand watch, right? Ticking individual sand because they didn't have, you know, a Swiss watch yet. So they had little hourglass watches, right? Watching that shit, just can't wait to hit the other shore so they can go kill somebody and take their shit. That's all we do. So now, in the last 100 years, we have industry introduced to us. We have machines. Now, we can hurry up and fuck your shit up in about 5 minutes. And so we are in record pace. We are poisoning our water, polluting our air, destroying our ecosystem, destroying ourselves, blowing each other up, and in the name of peace, starting more wars, conflict, racial tension, and anything else we can possibly do to sabotage ourselves as fast as humanly possible, and we're using machines to do it. That's a fact. So when you look at Mass Effect and the introduction of technology to the Krogans, The Solarians didn't fuck the Krogans up with the genophage. If you paid any attention to Mass Effect lore, you'd know the Solarians fucked the Krogans up when they introduced them to some shit that was about 1,000,000 light years ahead of anything they'd ever seen before. They gave them 1,000,000 years worth of advancement in 5 minutes and said, Krogans. And then they raised their fertility rate on top of that and said, everybody pick up a gun and go blow something up. Go get up in your ship, go find another shore, and go fuck their shit up and take it. And what you don't want, we'll take that too. That's what they did. And that fucked the Krogans up. And then as an answer, once they were done using the Krogans, then they introduced them to the genophage to bring them back to pre-industrial birth rates, which is the rates that the Krogans were reproducing before the Solarians fucked with them the first time. Not the second time, which was the genophage, but the first time when they industrialized them, gave them nukes, gave them warships, gave them the ability to fucking have 500 kids a week to create more troops to go throw themselves against the Rachni, and it was pretty much a battle of attrition because the Rachni could produce. The Krogans were the only thing that the Solarians could genetically modify to reproduce at the same rate that the Rachni were. That was the tragedy of it. And then they had to alter them again and fuck with them one more time. And if you notice, the Krogan here in Andromeda are actually able to be civilized. And I noted this. Out of the Andromeda initiative, you have the humans, the Solarians, the Turians, and the Asari all have an arc. The Krogans didn't even get an arc. We have 15, 20, 30, 40,000 of each one of us. And we can't hardly find a place to live. The first thing the Krogans did was got fucked over by the Solarians, left, said, I am not bringing that old world shit over here. I'm not going to jump in a ship for you and rally the troops and pick up clubs and go beat somebody up at your request so you can take their shit. What we're going to do is we're going to go make plants and make babies and give you both middle fingers and say, if you come fuck with us, we're going to kick your ass this time. Fuck you. We're tired of that bullshit. And so the Krogans are the only ones that went and on their own initiative colonized some shit and did things the right way. Nobody else got it right, except for maybe the Pathfinder and the Pathfinder's crew. But that's just a handful representing an initiative where you got Addison and Tran doing everything they can to undermine and destroy the initiative and make sure it never gets off the ground in the first place. So the Krogans are the only ones that got it right. They're the only ones able to leave that old world bullshit behind. And if you look at the overlord of the Krogans, that one lady, when that dude tries to rise up and bring over Milky Way grudges and shit, she kicks his fucking ass and exiles him and says, get the fuck out of here, and if I see you out there in public, I'm going to shoot you. They've learned their lesson. They're the only ones. The Krogans are the only ones that learned their lesson. They're actually probably the only ones that are truly back to pre-industrial life, making their colony, raising their plants. And what's the first thing the humans want to do? Come fuck with their plants and go kidnapping shit and murder and steal and kill and destroy. That's all we know how to do. So I know that's a whole bunch of truth all at once, but there you go. So do they have object lessons in Mass Effect? Is the story actually worth something? And does the ending actually mean something? Yeah, fucking absolutely, as a matter of fact. It actually really does. It actually really, really does. In more ways than one.
Someone left a warning. Looks like a work crew thinks they can take control of the Remnant.
Bushido, what's going on?
That's an incredibly bad idea.
Work crew rosters are posted publicly.
The datapad mentioned Medbay. A little work, we could find where to catch up with them.
Armed and armored. Good for you. I could have used that ordnance a few weeks ago.
I'm Ryder, the human pathfinder.
Lieutenant Harper, we're looking for the Asari Ark.
So am I. Watching the skies every day, praying
grab
to
something
survive
to
the cat.
The evidence pointed to the Ket being involved.
The way pain is involved when you get burned.
What happened?
The Ket chased our Ark across the cluster. But these weren't their regular soldiers. They were hunters. Elite killers.
Just found it? Cool. How'd you find it? Just curious. Was it a recommended thing? It's nice to know that they don't just put the streams up that have 5 million viewers playing League of Legends and shit, you know. It's nice to know that us little guys get a little love every once in a while. If you just found it by accident, though, that's cool too.
Being hunted by an elite anything isn't fun. What were they after?
I don't know. I'm a junior. I just do what they tell me. A bridge officer, Sarissa something, gave the evacuation order. Hundreds of people, all trying to flee. It was...
Where could we look for the Ark?
We lost track. But they launched a ship to help evacuees, and her crew would know. You'd have to find her. Follow the transponder, maybe.
Consider it done. Focus on taking care of yourselves.
The ship's called the Paraphona. I'll give you her transponder codes and last flight plan. Thank you. It's good to see the Ket aren't the only ones winning.
Q, yeah, Q's and U's and E's in there. Yeah, just throw them in any order. Just start with Q and just random U's and E's in there. It doesn't matter. It's all good after that. Okay, what's up with all these quests? Okay, I'm gonna have like 50,000 quest markers, right? Yep. Yep, they're completely out of control now. Medbay and what? We can do this. I don't mind doing some quests. I want to level up some anyway. I kind of wanted to make a second profile. Well, same profile, but different skill set. But I need a lot more skill points to invest. I kind of want Cloak and Lance. I thought that'd be a pretty cool combination, actually. But I need about 8 more levels, 10 more levels, at least, to even think about doing all that.
This definitely treated wounds caused by a remnant. That datapad said the work crew tried to control them.
Well, that always ends well.
Sand particles were removed from the wound. Analyzing. The sand may be from several locations. I need more data to form a conclusion.
Of course you do, Sam. Always more data, Sam. What is it with you? It's always more data.
Work rosters. That datapad mentioned the name Jennings. Here.
You haven't got a fuel cell, have you? The court... What? It's a pleasure to meet you, too. I'm Fox, Chief Engineer at your service. And you found us a good site here.
But...
I was kind of surprised to get that thing for the seismic things. Then I remembered that it actually leads to the architect, but I was thinking that maybe some of the missions and things wouldn't be available because we set up a military outpost, but it doesn't Doesn't appear to have a whole lot of ramification on the story this time around. I'm thinking it's going to come up more often probably in the next game, in a sequel. That'd be my guess. Like, a lot of the decisions here, people saying they don't have a lot of impact. Well, unless this is a self-contained game that's not going to have any sequels, then I guess you could say that. But if this has got sequels, I can see a lot of things you... Like, sometimes just the simple way you answer a question seems to have a significant... You're making a statement. You're kind of taking a stance one way or another on something, and it'll carry over. BioWare likes to do that. So, I don't know. I think it's a little early to sit here and say that nothing has any real consequences or whatever. Okay, I don't have a place anywhere near that, do I? Well, this is sort of near that. Here, let me just go here. Go there, I'll be back. No, none of those three, I don't think. What's up, Justin?
Looks like we have some scavenger animals on our lost supply crates.
I get attacked while I was... God damn it. Figures. That's what I get. Oh, okay.
Quick mess to clean up. Not getting any of the supplies back this way, though. Sam, are you sure about this?
Yes, Pathfinder. The crates were opened using standard protocols. It's unlikely the local fauna could have accomplished this.
They're bugs, Sam. They didn't do it.
More data is required to be definitive, Pathfinder.
You're a real machine sometimes, Sam.
Let me get veteran on this. I love Cora, but she's not much use on a... Assuming we go do the architect. I don't know if we're going to do the architect or not. I don't have a lot I got energy drain, and I don't even have any point spec into pistols yet either, so my weapons is like... really underpowered right now. I have no skills. She's just kind of basic. 818, huh? Okay. So we need to go to that one.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources.
I thought for a second there he wasn't going to say anything.
Via your mining interface.
I have to get excited. Maybe they patched it. Nope. Bow, bow, bow.
The Turians have compulsory military service. Is that right?
Most. I didn't. My father took us from Palaven before I came of age. Maybe it's good not to learn exactly the same thing as everyone else.
The fuck was that? Y'all hear that? Any readings here? Whatever.
No sign of that work crew, but someone left their gear behind. Wait, I've got an open comm channel.
Easy money. Once the electrical charge builds up, we'll have our...
Lexi, found another colonist.
I think I just fast travel there, actually. Going here. White kid, what's up?
We purpose build, world by world. That's the way to keep things going.
We're outfitted best we can be.
This place is a strain on our gear, but so is everywhere else.
Pathfinder, this area can be...
Help us! Please!
this tool right here. Hey, why don't you keep turning your back on me each time I try to talk to you?
Great timing. Thanks for the assist.
Your experiment with the remnant didn't work out?
Huh. Okay, who squealed? Gasparic? Yeah, I bet. These remnant could plow our fields, protect us from the Ket. You control them, why shouldn't we?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it's a new thing or if it's something that we're just noticing. You know, one of those things where once it pops up and it's brought to your attention, you can't ignore it.
I have a super intelligent AI and enough experience with the remnant to be careful.
Fine. But you can't protect us all the time, Pathfinder. Out here, we need every edge we can get.
What the fuck is this thing doing? That's nasty right there, man. Got a little bit of Milky Way data now. A little bit. Not a lot, but I got some. I can work with that. I can work with that loot right there, too. That's what I can work with. That loot. Hey, try this, Justin. At least until they fix it or something. I'm sure they've heard about it. That'd be one of those things they'll probably fix. Cut down his frequency. I'm tired of him saying something every time I open my scanner. I don't even want to scan for minerals anymore. Pathfinder, that thing that you know what you're doing to do what I've already told you 1,000 times you can do with it, that's what you can do with it. I don't think it's Sam trolling you. It's the fucking piece of shit in the BioWare group that sabotaged this game by programming Sam to do that. Dialogue frequency is a thing. It's not some concept that they're just learning about in game development, okay? That's been a thing. And so they know. Whoever did that on purpose. So don't be mad at Sam or any part of the game. Be mad at whoever is responsible for that. I'm telling you, it's the same individual or small group of individuals or pair of individuals or something working together to sabotage this product. It's fixable, but it shouldn't have been there in the first place. And I would go so far as to even suggest that maybe the person who's responsible for testing that particular portion is the same one that did it. Unless, of course, they hand it off to, you know, players like you and I to do the testing, which I'm sure they did that too. But just saying, there's something not right there. Something's not right, man. I hear you. It is annoying, though. It really is annoying. Okay. Okay, if there's a vault right here, we're fixing to hit it. There is a vault, and I'm fixing to hit it right now. This is one of the puzzles.
An
Yes, sir.
undocumented mineral has been detected, Pathfinder.
Nice. puzzle. I think it's a couple skill points down here too. Pretty sure. Yeah, the biggest bitches I've had. Not the stuff where I overlook it and I say, okay, well, they'll fix that, you know. There's one area on Havarl, which I don't think was intentional. I think it's just bad. It's a clusterfuck. Like, what's you know, the woods over there in Inquisition. What's his name? Said it earlier. You know, where all the fucking bears are, and the spawns are just so fucked up, just horrible. And there, I mean, and they know it. And apparently they just couldn't fix it. It was just that bad. It's just a clusterfuck. Either delete that entire area. Hafter's Woods. Either delete it or just leave it as is and grin and bear it and bear. Get it? Grin and bear it. No pun intended. But the ones that I've had the biggest problems with are the ones that stick out.
Down there.
It's not just obvious. I mean, it's like obvious troll is obvious. Somebody put that shit in there on purpose, as it is, designed specifically to ruin the game experience of the player. And I can't see anyone on the BioWare team doing that intentionally, unless their intentions were malicious. Now, there's not a single person at BioWare that gives a fuck about who I am or my opinion or anything I'm saying about it. So am I going to be listened to? No. But do I believe that's the case? And do I believe they have a traitor or two or three in their ranks? Disgruntled employee, somebody who wanted something political put in the game, and the game developer said, no, we're not trying to do that. We're not trying to do an SJW pile of fucking diarrhea. What we're trying to make is an RPG video game. Maybe they told somebody among the group that, and that group got disgruntled and said, okay, well, I'll show you, and decided to sabotage it with a few quest lines, some really annoying shit and stuff to just knock the player out of the game. It's inexcusable. Because the shit isn't like an accidental byproduct of something else. It's coded that way specifically. I mean, it's patterned in there intentionally, the way that it is. Like, it's not a bug or a glitch. It's not, I accidentally fell through the map here. It's not, oh, this quest doesn't work, so I can't complete the quest. It's not game or quest breaking stuff. It's by design type stuff. Like, the frequency at which Sam speaks, it's impossible the developers didn't know that would be annoying instantly. And then, like, drive a player to, I guarantee you there's at least one player, if not hundreds or maybe thousands of players out there who aren't playing the game right now because Sam won't shut the fuck up. And do I think that was the design? That was the agenda? That's what I believe. That's what I personally believe. That's the conclusion that I made. Does that matter? Do they care? No. But still, that's what I think.
I knew it was a long shot, but I still held hope she was alive. All we can do is turn this into Padromos, like she wanted. Heads up. This might be rough. Let's do this!
God, I took that? Wow. Gotta get those turrets down. Any ammo back here? No fucking ammo anywhere back here? Seriously? I need to stop doing that. I got you, you big old bitch. I got you. I took a shot. I took one of his insta-kill shots to the face twice and lived. Sentinel's got some fucking damage resistance, man. I know it's kind of hard to tell sometimes on Insanity because there's shit that'll just two-shot you anyway. That's just, well, that just is what it is. But I'm saying, my Vanguard got one-shotted by that. One-shotted, and I had points in the combat tree, fitness and extra health and shields and all that shit. Now, Sentinel's got that added layer of badassery that you aren't just fixing to break a Sentinel shield easy. Nice. That's pretty cool, actually. I guess I found out the hard way that we could actually take a shot to the face. All right, so we should have a nice. Oh, this will be that one.
That did it.
This contains valuable data, Pathfinder. You may want to scan it.
To scan what? Okay, whatever. Nice. One more puzzle down. That. Interesting. Okay, what's all this? Did I not get the thing to place the receivers? I guess I didn't. Okay. Well, we're gonna do what we can here.
It's admirable you kept trying.
Hard lessons we can't forget.
We knew Promise would die. All we could do is watch it happen.
Pathfinder, this is the spot where Nigel McCoy wanted you to leave his pendant.
In honor of his brother, Dash McCoy.
Dash McCoy. You fucking piece of... Be nice if these gave you research data. That'd be awesome. Really awesome, actually. What's this? So what is this? Oh. I think I know what this is. I don't want to do this yet. Right? No, it's downstairs. In that building, I guess.
Pathfinder, I have enough sensory data to reconstruct an image. I could provide analysis via the scanner, Pathfinder.
We can't survive another attack. The storms and radiation were already killing us. Now we've got those things.
We can't return to the Nexus with our tails between our legs. The whole station is counting on us.
Then they're counting on corpses.
Damn, that's grim.
Wilcox thinks I'm crazy, but I know what I saw. Eyes on the mountain, watching us. We're not alone out here.
This log was recorded a day before the first Ket ambush on Site 1.
The Ket scouted them out.
To make sure they had numbers. Cowards. Make sure there weren't any defenses in place. Cowards.
There was something very wrong at the second outpost they made.
Trouble with the Ket?
Whatever it was, Site 2 made a special project to handle it. Let's keep it in mind for later.
Recording Initiative Cryo-Identification E-97 Durango. Chief Engineer Grace Vito.
Last one out during the evac.
Didn't want to go, but ran out of things to try.
I get to kick some ass. I get to kick some ass. I get to shoot somebody in the face.
approaching Site 2, Resilience.
It was sold as the one we get right, but it didn't have time to get worn down. Got wiped out by Ket.
That datapad said Site 2 was working on a project. Keep an eye out for it. West, Porter M. Get that, Lexi?
Yes, Pathfinder. Records updated.
Looks like a war zone.
According to survivors, the Ket attacked from all sides. It was a massacre.
Well, let's see if we can get a massacre going the other way around. Put it in their butt from all sides. You know what I'm saying?
Standing by, waiting for your scan.
Okay, there's a Turian over here. Is that the last one?
You'd think there'd be more bodies. Not that I'm complaining.
You've got a point.
What if they were removed?
We know the Nexus didn't bother picking up the bodies.
You don't think it could have been the Ket?
You don't think?
Very Turian.
It's all of them. Nice. Nice. I got them all. Yay! All right, I feel accomplished now.
Heard the attack on Resilience was bad, but damn.
Initiative's not military. They weren't prepared for an ambush.
Military now. We ought to put up a research post and hope that the Ket start being nice to us and stop trying to hurt our feelings. Because we don't want to hurt their feelings. They have rights to be terrorists too. They have feelings too.
Override works, but... Sam, the door was sealed from the outside?
Yes, Pathfinder. It appears lockdown was manual before the power restrictions.
Secondary terminals. No access. Sam.
If deployment is standard, main access will be deeper in.
Way too quiet.
Looks like they left in a hurry.
They evac'd during a Ket attack. Most didn't make it.
Override! Close it!
That was new.
No kidding. What was that?
Pathfinder, don't know what you did, but Ket are inbound to your location.
Ket and that thing? Son of a... Look sharp. That thing is out there.
And the Ket. Everything's grounded till they're gone.
What's he doing? Circling?
Another dropship with reinforcements. Watch out. Don't let it grab you.
Almost got our cooldown where we need it to be. What's this fucking glitchy ass shit right here? Where are your girlfriends, bitch? Ooh, that was really close. What got me? I got hit by something really, really hard. Here, give me some shields back, ho. Sucks to be you. Okay, are we done with the fucking cat? That's 40. Are they done? Are they fucking done? Let me see. We got any more red dots around? Yep. Still more cat. That seems a little excessive. Okay, you can jump up in trees now, bitch? Really? You can jump up in trees.
I think we got all the cat from the ships.
The big thing is still standing.
Come on, bitch. You and me, ho. Ooh, how'd that feel, ho? I can't fight him in these fucking rocks. Get out of the rocks, dick sucker! Fucking piece of shit! Ah! Ah! You're holding me, you big old bitch. I win. I got to kick their asses. Yeah. It hurts too. It's they hit really, really hard with that shit. I forgot they spit at you too. Yes, they do.
Schematics for Special Project Sigma. They were building something, but there are parts missing. This must be the project they were salvaging at Site 1. A way to fight the Ket. Got a component for Site 2's project.
What am I looking for? am I looking for? At the other site, maybe? Or the other part of the site? No? Wait. Map, please. Map, please. Map, please. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it's at the other site. Okay. Oh, we got all the bodies scanned. That's cool.
Looks like we have some scavenger animals on our lost supply crates. Cleared it, and there's nothing left.
I think we're done.
Oh, that's giving me
Confirms it.
research data.
Crates
That's
were
cool.
opened first, and bait placed. By who?
By whom? And more data is required to be certain.
Well, that whole Sam correcting your fucking grammar bullshit. Is that like a warning sign of shit to come? Or? I'm thinking that's like on purpose. If they got him doing that bullshit.
That's it. Good work.
Think the leverage.
Oh, shit.
That body. What happened?
A scan might help us figure that out.
Tough to get used to life on this rock. Too long staring at it from the Nexus and knowing we'd failed.
A hard world, but you can get used to anything if you try.
We lost a lot of worlds to the Scourge. Seeing one more or less reclaimed is...
It's all the way back here, seriously?
strange.
This is where Chief Reynolds died.
Sandstorms would have buried the body long ago. I suggest scanning. Another armor piece. Chief Reynolds' helmet.
The search continues.
Chief Reynolds got Chief Reynolds got Walking Deaded.
real romantic about road hazards. Interesting rocks are just as bad for the Nomad.
Water and weather. Nothing tougher in the long run.
Pathfinder. The scan has picked up Chief Reynolds' chest piece, confirming single shot. Unable to determine weapon type, but entry point was at the back. Exit blast through the chest.
By all accounts, Nilken was in front of the Chief when he fired. So it wasn't his shot that killed him.
The Chief's Omni tool might shed some light.
Nice work.
Picking up additional armor scraps. I believe it's a trail leading to a cave nearby.
Could be where the nest is located. It's a Karkin nest, all right. Fan out.
Confirming initiative equipment, including Omni tool assigned to Security Chief Hiram Reynolds. If you power it up, I can exhume its data. The Chief was scanning at the time of death. The scan picked up 2 shots. One, a standard initiative rifle report, which missed. The other from behind, a Ket pulse weapon.
This proves Nilken is innocent. He didn't shoot Reynolds.
Seems clear to me. Good work.
Pathfinder, there is also an audio recording.
It's not that simple.
No! Where's Nilken?
This melodramatic ass audio recordings.
Had to do it.
No.
I'm not dying on this rock.
Well, shit.
Son of a bitch.
Confirming. Voice identified as suspect, Nilken. So he did not kill the Chief.
But he meant to. Need another chat with the man.
Is Sid your only sister, Vedra?
That I know of, yeah.
We have large families. When you are surrounded by family, you feel strong, like a wall. Many stones standing as one. You can't have a wall with just 2 stones.
But you can smash someone's head between 2 stones.
I like the way you think.
Y'all's awesome. Ha ha! Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding. I did think it was here. It's not. Edge of the map, huh? Alright.
Eos feels more like a home, but it's still mostly hardware.
Eos will have holidays once we figure out the seasons.
I hope your colonists don't just work. These worlds need normal life.
Oh well. I don't remember where it was. Oh well.
That looks like Ket tech. Here they come!
Oh, y'all just on our shit, huh? Just on our shit. Like it's your shit or something. You're just on our shit like it's your shit. Okay.
Crash shuttle ahead. One of ours. I'd know them anywhere.
Worth checking, if only to make sure the Ket don't get to keep it.
So they, okay, so I can take an insta kill shot now from a destroyer, but they can two-shot me, not even shooting at me, type thing. They can just two-shot me, hip firing randomly. If a bullet hits you, you die instantly. From a random foot soldier. Balance, please. A little game balance, please. Am I asking too much for just a little game balance? Overbuffed much? Overbuffed? Question mark. Much? Question mark. Little bit over the top, maybe. Maybe you could nerf their guns by several thousand points of damage to make them just overly difficult instead of fucking ridiculously annoying impossible. Like, there's no guns that do that kind of damage in the game. Not like that. Sorry. They can two-shot you, hip firing, whether they hit you or not, you die instantly, two-shotted. One shot takes your entire shields and 3/4 of your health bar. The second shot kills you. From a random, just assault rifle and a foot soldier. He hits harder than a boss. Those foot soldiers just hit harder than the motherfucker with the orb. Or an architect. An architect can hit you point blank with his fucking mouth laser and shit. And it doesn't hit that hard. There's a problem with that. That's a problem. Well, that's really not cool. Not cool at all, man. Actually. Not cool at all. Damn.
crash shuttle ahead. One of ours. I'd know them anywhere.
Worth checking, if only to make sure the Ket don't get to keep it.
Nice shot. Oh, fucking skipping stones. Yeah, bitch. Skip his ass all the way across the lake. That's what you do. Okay. I mean, I'm down for insanity difficulty if it's like this. Here, let me put it a better way. If they're gonna do that kind of damage, then a boss should be able to kill me 10 times as much damage. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, if that's how they're going to hit, I'll have to get used to that. I have to know to avoid any kind of fire whatsoever, because this is like near on very hard mode. If you take damage, period, ever, you die. Okay, if that's the case, then I need to know that. But don't let a goddamn architect shoot me in the face 3 fucking times and I don't even lose my shield, and let this bitch 2-shot me while he's really actually shooting at one of my teammates, and a random stray bullet more or less goes in my direction and I'm instantly dead. I don't think that's balanced. I think the guys who designed this would probably agree that that's a little off balance. Like, the kind of balance that, how the fuck did that pass testing in the first place kind of imbalance. Like, oh, you didn't know that their guns did 300 or 400 times the amount of damage they should? I get it's insanity. I expect insanity. I just would like balance across the board. That was a little excessive. I don't think next time I fight a Ket that they're going to 2-shot me. I don't think they will. That particular one spawned with a 7,000 or 8,000 damage multiplier or something. I mean, okay, so randomly an enemy can spawn that super uber death boss, uber lord of all the Reapers, secret uber lord Ket of all the Reapers, phantom boss of everything bad that's ever existed. You know, what the fuck? Seriously?
All Site 2 components are accounted for.
Let's head to Site 2's research station and see what good they do.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It just seems way, way over the top. So you made the third component. Like, I guess that's part of the story. They tried to take the third part of the component with them and their shuttle got shot down. And so the Ket were just gonna go through there, and so we managed to retrieve all the components before the Ket could get their hands on them. Maybe. I was gonna say, like, you got 2 components over here, and you put the third one back on the goddamn Nexus to make me go get it, to come back to where I started in the first place to scan the component that's obviously there, but I couldn't have scanned it then. No, I had to get 2 components and then the third one in Vietnam to come all the way back to scan it where I started in the first place to scan the component. Why? Why not just drop a couple Ket on top of my head as soon as I found the third component over here, fight them, mandatory ambush, and then scan the component or something? Why not just do that? Why make me travel? Why inflate the gameplay with 5 minutes of traveling that way and 5 minutes of traveling back this way? Why do that?
Resilience is more than a name. It's our duty now.
was thinking my quest marker was right back there where I saw my quest marker. Don't know what I was thinking. I mean, like, this is where I picked up the first 2 components.
The engineers knew their stuff. Let's get these to a research station.
Okay. Whatever. Whatever. Let's do that last. Maybe it's down here. Actually, I think it might be right over here. I don't remember. I know there's a quest associated with it. And I apparently haven't found that yet, so let me just go here. I'm starting to screw up now. Yeah, I think it might be. I think it's up there. Is that right? It's up on top of the mountain ridge, yeah. See if we can find a way. Oh, we'll just use the fucking cave. There we go. That'll work.
Enemies! Loot from our outposts and an Ark escape pod. Where'd they get that?
Crap. Do you think they might have found an Ark?
See, he didn't two-shot me. He just took up a little piece of my shield. Yeah, I don't know what that 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 time damage buff they just randomly got to two-shot me because I hadn't died in a while. That's... God, that just makes me just look at the game and go like, really? That's all you can do? Trying to meet some death quota so you can make yourself feel better? I meleeed and was stuck with the magnet grenade. I was stuck next to the magnet grenade that wouldn't let my character move. Awesome. I was dodging and doing everything, but no. I gotta go through an extra 15 seconds of melee animation in order to die. Wow. Okay. I don't feel like that's legitimate shit right there, personally. I really don't. Just me.
Loot from our outposts and an Ark escape pod. Where'd they get that?
Crap. Do you think they might have found an Ark?
Up. I'll take their fire.
We need an up-close scan. That looks like Ket tech.
hear him after I kill him? Shut up, dude. You're dead. I didn't give you permission to go. Ooba dibby. No, you don't get to do all that. Just die quietly. Thank you very much. There's actually a quest that this is a part of later, so kind of wasting our time. But I wasn't gonna let these dudes just ambush me for free coming through here. Fuck that.
Looks like they found it drifting and brought it here.
I'm not able to extrapolate the point of origin, Pathfinder.
The Ark might have survived.
Let's hope so.
Honestly, overall, it runs smoother. I've noticed the only way I can describe it is it feels at times like it's having problems transitioning between cutscenes on the Xbox. The graphics are rougher. Now, I might have. Hold on, let me see if I got film. I might have film grain set up, but it's like it has film grain set up at times that I don't remember it looking like that on the PS4. I'm on the same screen, same everything, same setup. Nothing's changed except the console. So I've literally got the exact same, all that. And I've noticed graininess, but that might actually be a setting. Hold on, let me. Yeah, I got film grain on. That's probably why.
Wonder if there's anything hidden away.
It's just, it seems like it's only a thing during some cutscenes.
People need it.
Signs of
which really isn't a bad thing. It's just something I noticed. But I think I changed it to no film grain on the PS4. I think I did. And I think that was also a stability thing too, because on Mass Effect 1, if you turn the film grain off, it runs more stable and it tends to freeze less, especially during some key points in the game. I don't know that matters with this, because I don't think film grain has been part of gameplay. It's just been cutscenes is the only time I've seen it.
Tyranhi R11 Holor, in need of assistance.
No longer aware of where it is. Dispose of it.
That's who leads here? Now it makes sense.
Trying not to be partial with the PS4, but I do know in the back of my head that the PS4 is stronger. As far as just pure processing power, it's got more shaders, it's got a few extra bells and whistles. It's able to run this shit smoother at a higher definition, and it's at a smoother frame rate. It just is. I mean, if Microsoft would have put what they wound up putting in the Xbox 1.2 / what is it, S or Scorpio or whatever, if they'd have put that in the original Xbox One like they were supposed to, if they weren't trying to sell you the Xbox One twice, which is all they did. Had they put all that shit in there in the first place, it would have been a pretty even ball game. But Xbox skipped on their shit. I have to imagine on purpose, marketing. I mean, it makes sense. I could sell you it once for $300, or I could sell you it twice for $500, then or I could sell it to you once for $400, or I could sell it to you once for $500, then again for $300, and then I'll give you the better version for $300 later after you've already bought the first one. After everyone who's going to buy one has bought one, then I'll go ahead and announce that the Xbox One that we were going to make, but we toned it down to be the Xbox 360 and a half, which is what the Xbox One was. Xbox 360 with Windows. Basically. That's what they did. They sold you an Xbox 360 with Windows, sort of. A little bit better. It could run slightly better graphics, roughly the same frame rate. Not really any more extra storage or anything. Just a slightly improved 360. streamlined 360 with Windows, and then sell you the actual Xbox One again later and make you think you're getting a deal. So essentially, to get the equivalent of the PS, which from what I understand, the brand new Xbox One is actually slightly better than the original release PS4. It's a little bit ahead. Now the new PS4, I don't know, whatever. You know, I think you're mixing apples and oranges then, but I think that was a pretty shifty. I mean, no, not pretty. It just was a straight up shifty marketing ploy. But it apparently worked, I guess. I don't know. I've got the Xbox One.
From the flock, little duck. Little duck? Who is this?
And I'm not buying another
Someone
one.
who's got work for you. Come to my nav point, if you think you're up for it.
Want to check it out, little duck?
That is not becoming a thing.
It's not becoming a thing. We're not even going there. Stop it.
The sheer top, because it is.
Guess you run out of names eventually.
Activating automated forward station deployment. Mining zones in this region are available.
Maybe it's down here. I could go do all this shit first. There's this one little vault-like bunker that belongs to a little side quest, and it's got a puzzle in it.
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
That's not it. I don't really care about that.
Okay, firing the first hammer. Hold on to something. Remnants coming from below!
I must borrow one of those hammers. For important reasons.
That's a big tremor for a couple of remnants. Let's place the next hammer.
No loot here?
panels on our lost supply crates. Cleared. Picked clean. Sam, the scan says the drops were scheduled so no one would be around?
Delivery data was corrupted intentionally, possibly to avoid confrontation during the theft.
Thieves with hearts of gold?
Circulatory determinations will require more data, Pathfinder.
Somewhere around here. I don't really remember. Let's see. That might be it right there. Oh God, fucking. Right? That's right.
You're welcome to this world. Few of us would come, even without the kit.
Our people came a long way. Nothing here will stop them.
Not where I'd want to stake a claim, but some will be all too eager.
It's not it either. Okay, we did. Well, that's a whole secondary lake. Oh, God damn it. Here, let me do this. I gotta get this stuff up on top of the cliff first. Climbing back way the fuck up here is a bitch.
That's kit technology, Ryder.
Sawtooth Plateau. All those broken pieces like a dragon's jaw.
I wonder what all these bits of remnant tech used to be.
Fallen monolith? Those will land with a bang.
An undocumented mineral has been detected, Pathfinder.
Get ready to fight!
They're too overpowered. They're too overpowered. Way too overpowered. Way too overpowered. Alright, well, it is what it is, I guess. So let's see, where does this put me? I have no idea where I'm at, or what I have and haven't done now. Oh. No? That's a shame. That's a shame that it has to resort to that type of shit.
Cleared. Picked clean, like the other. Sam, the scan says the drops were scheduled so no one would be around?
Delivery data was corrupted intentionally, possibly to avoid
Shut the fuck up.
confrontation during the theft.
Thieves with hearts of gold?
Circulatory determinations will require more data, Pathfinder.
Okay, why'd you stick my map over here? This is where I'm at. Wow.
That looks like Ket tech.
All those broken pieces like a dragon's jaw.
I wonder what all these bits of remnant...
An undocumented mineral has been detected, Pathfinder.
Okay, I just had Grace Leto's voice telling me this is Sawtooth Lasso. Grace Leto is in cryo on the Nexus right now. Speaking to me through my implant, I guess. She's the next Pathfinder. They set up a link between me and Grace Leto. I know I didn't kill any of them. Why are they just standing out here in the middle of nowhere with their glitch spawns? With their bug trash? With their fucking buggy, glitchy, broken bullshit? Standing out here mindlessly for no fucking reason out in the middle, just standing there. Probably supposed to be dropped off at one of their camps in a complete other zone, and it's just all just broken way off fucking base. Just... supposed to be there, but let's just move them over a zone for no reason and just set them here to stand there. To just annoy the players so as you just can't go from point A to point B without finding pointless, random, meaningless enemies standing there doing nothing in the middle of nowhere for no reason. Why would you do that? Why is that so annoying? I don't know. But right now, it really is. Sorry. It's just... Shouldn't be a big deal, I guess.
Strangers, right in our way.
Now see, this quest they could have easily had you go place like 6 or 7 random hammers in every spot on the map, and then come here and talk to them and then go through. They didn't.
The sovereign nation Advent, a few hundred clicks that way. Our nation, no Nexus interference. We didn't come to Andromeda to fuel Director Tan's regime. In Advent, we're free citizens.
I've got no problem with you or Advent. I'm here on a mission.
I'm fine with Pathfinders. We've got a job in common. Our water table dropped recently. Our survey showed a massive natural gas deposit nearby. Your hammer... The nation of Advent thanks you. Our capital, Aurora.
Here they come!
Activating automated forward station deployment. Mining zones in this region are available, Pathfinder. I've added them to your nav system. Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
He can't even finish what he's saying before he has to spit that out for the 137,000th time. I'm wondering if I should go ahead and drop something into my guns. Not right now. Not gonna worry about it. Damn it. That's a hard one, man. Yep. Appreciate the wishes. I have some serious problems with that, what's the word for it? With that observance. I'll just say observance. Just leave it at that. So I'm certainly not going to use holy day or holiday in reference to that. So I'll say observance. I appreciate the well wishes 90% of the time, it being given in the spirit of well wishing, not in the spirit of what it represents. It's the only way I can really put that. Wow, it's hard to be diplomatic on that subject without, because I have some serious strong bias against the entire thing. So I appreciate the well wishes. There, I'll say that from my part. Yeah, for those who, it's a day to eat and I hope you get to eat a lot too, that's cool. But in terms of being an observed day in any kind of religious sense or whatever, I have a serious issue with that. Serious, strong issue with that. I got so many things I want to do here. Recharge or see my recharges. I'm tempted to get recharge now, but it's hard to pass up power. It's really hard to pass up power. That's detonations. Definitely detonators. You know, it's like either 15% here or 15% somewhere else. Like if I have to sink 15% cooldown into my... It's really only biotic charge. You know, now that I look at it that way, it's only biotic charge. That's all I'm cooling down. Which it's already... That's not the one that's really taking all that long. Yeah, I don't even acknowledge it. I mean, yeah, I don't. I mean, I acknowledge the day, but not by that name. Like, that name in and of itself. Can we agree, those of us here in chat, can we agree that it is considered a Christian holiday? It's considered a Christian holiday in that it's mainly attributed to the Christian church, though... The name in and of itself comes from old beliefs, old religious, call it pagan, call it whatever you will. The name itself has no Christian affiliation whatsoever. The only exception being, and I can't explain why, is that in the Christian Bible, in King James, it is mentioned, it is used once in Acts, and it is actually translated from the Greek word for Passover. Why they named Passover Ishtar, or Easter, which is exactly what Easter is, Ishtar, in the King James version, I have no idea. I mean, I have no idea. And other Bible versions have followed suit. And I'm not going to get into a religious debate. These are just documented facts, factual things, is that the word has no association to Christian belief. It's just the opposite. Now, Ishtar as a proper name is mentioned, I believe, once in the Old Testament in direct relation to, in a passage talking about, like, what would you say? The chief devil, or whatever you want to call it. It's another name for the antagonist, or the enemy, or the betrayer, or Satan, or Shaitan, or whatever. Ishtar is it's a formal feminist form of a name given, and it goes. I actually did go. I've looked into some of this stuff because it's interesting. Is it goes back to Egypt even, and it was Ishtar by itself wasn't considered the devil, quote unquote. It was the feminine form, and I believe it referred to the night cycle, whereas there was another name, and I don't remember what it is, but it referred to the morning star, which was kind of a mockery of a term given to the Messiah in the Bible. This is all Bible terms, whether you believe in the Bible or not. This is just historical stuff. I thought it was interesting. And so you have the morning star, the bright morning star. I believe that's what the name Lucifer directly interpreted means, if I remember right. Anyway, I'm not sure. But Ishtar was the feminine form, and there was a belief that the night gave birth to a new day, and that it was a constant form of this. You actually may find this interesting, at least in a lot of pagan beliefs, or a lot of what they do. When you wonder how sex and wine or sex and alcohol, drugs, debauchery, and these things factor in, it goes all the way back to, probably prior to that, Babylonian times, whatever, way even before that or whatever. But has something to do with the sexual rituals represent. They're supposed to be like an enactment of, showing observance of, I'm sure it was a lot of fun too, but showing observance of the day-night cycle is that night giving birth to day, which would eventually essentially die and turn into night, which was, and this goes off into like the pharaoh's burial traditions and ceremonies and stuff like that, like why they were buried and why some of the hieroglyphics were up there with stars and moons and all this other stuff. Anyway, I guess the basis, and I'm probably being a little bit too general or too simplified about it. I don't claim to be an expert in the area, but essentially you had two Ashara, or two poles, or whatever, two symbols, and you can see dual statues, idols, even lining like the walkways and stairs to some of these temples where they would perform these rites, and the sexual ritual was to represent the rebirth of a new day each day. And that was just their belief system and all that. And I don't know how that factored into like daily life and stuff, other than just, you know, having a good time doing your religious stuff or whatever. But anyway, Ishtar, the feminine sense of that, would be Easter. And why you would call the resurrection day, according to Christian beliefs now, okay, so whether you're Christian or not, you can still see that there's something off here, is you call the only actual observance that's actually given in the Bible. Christmas is actually not a biblical holiday. It's not like a festival. It's not a whatever. That's essentially a traditional observance by people that, you know, people came up with. They observed that, and whether that day is significant in the scripture, besides that, it in and of itself, Christmas is not like mentioned as you shall observe this type of thing in the Bible or any other religious book as far as that goes. It's just an observance. Things that people do on certain days, like Thanksgiving was never a religious tradition. They've associated various religious beliefs with that day, and there's other holidays like that in other religions, you know, that aren't maybe mentioned, but they're observed traditionally. Time for people to get together and just not be assholes for a day, if nothing else, right? But how you would apply the name, the biblical given name of the devil, on the biblical Messiah's resurrection day, which is the only holiday actually given in the New Testament for people to observe, and it's called Passover. It's the only one. It's the only one where there's biblical instruction essentially to observe this and to continue observing this perpetually. That this is a holiday for yourselves. This is an observance for yourself. And for Christians, that's a thing. Now, it's been corrupted and perverted and misused and gone off in 1,000 different traditions, but Passover was simply what you call, what do they call it nowadays? And they do it on all kinds of different days for different reasons, and they've completely lost the point of it. But it's what you would call communion. And it was the whole symbolic Last Supper thing. Break the bread, drink the wine, this you do, you know, and so on and so forth. That's Passover. It's supposed to be observed on Passover. Believe it or not, Passover is not a Jewish observance, although it is, and that's fine. But it's a Christian observance. It's the only one given in the New Testament. The only one given for Christians to observe, and it's the one that they named the devil. Happy Satan is literally what you're saying when you say Happy Easter. And regardless of what my beliefs are, like, I would feel for Christians saying, how in the world did y'all let that go down? Like, of all the things, does it matter? You know, I mean, is that is that people's intent when they're going to church on Easter Sunday and doing what they do? Probably not. I imagine it's in ignorance 99.9% of the time. But once I know that, I'm like, you know, I can't help but find an issue with that. Like, why would you take the only biblical holiday given in the New Testament, the only one, and call it Happy Devil? That just makes no sense. Like none, like zero. And then continue to do that for like a couple thousand years or whatever. It's just crazy. I'm sorry. I mean, you see where I'm coming from? Like how, like that's just too off. It doesn't even matter what I believe. I see that and I go, wow, that's really kind of messed up, really. Right, Christmas is just cool. I mean, wintertime, snow, and decorating the trees and giving presents and getting presents. Hell, I have as much fun. I probably have more fun giving presents on Christmas time and stuff. It's like the whole point. Like, if you don't condone what it stands for or what it's supposed to stand for, what it really stands for, but how people use it, you know, and, you know, who really gives a fuck? To be honest, it's just a time to just not be a dick for a little while. And just try to be nice to somebody. Get out of yourself for a second. Give somebody something just for the sake of giving it to them and whatever, you know? What's wrong with that? You know? And enjoy it too. People just take an issue. It's only wrong because it's considered a Christian holiday. If it was any other religion's holiday, it's cool. And as long as you don't mention anything Christian about it, it's okay. You can have all the other religious observances you want, but oh my God, people lose their minds if it's Christian related whatsoever. Wondering what Christians ever did to anybody, at least anybody these days. I know back then the Christians and Muslims used to hack each other to death along with everybody else. You had the Huns, and then you go back to the Caesar and his troops, and everybody doing their thing and in their own version of religion and politics and this and that and blah, blah, blah. World conquering has always been a thing. Everyone's guilty of that. So you can't single out any one religion, yet they do. And then in modern days, except for some people claiming to be Christians possibly being annoying, I know a lot of annoying people, religious and not. But why they are singled out and bashed in the name of religious freedom is just completely beyond me. That's a hypocritical double standard there. That's a whole separate issue in and of itself. But back to the matter at hand, as far as quote-unquote Easter or Ishtar goes, I have no idea how it even came to be a thing that you would name the only Christian holiday given in the Bible, historically speaking, and name it after the devil. I mean, that, I don't get it. I'm not going to get it. You can't even explain it to me. I'm just like, I'll be like, okay, that's still stupid. Yeah, actually, historically speaking, believe it or not, Christmas, once again, it being a Christian observance in general, although I think lots of people enjoy it because it's a cool time of year. And it's a cool thing to do at a cool time of year. Get together in the winter around the fireplace if you got one and exchange gifts and stuff for whatever reason you're doing it. Just don't be a dick for a little while, right? I mean, that's really what it's boiled down to for me anyway. But, it's actually, biblically speaking, it would be the conception of the biblical Messiah. Believe it or not. Not the birth of, which is how it's observed, but it would be the conception of. Because the biblical birth of the Messiah would be around what would be the old Jewish tradition of the Feast of Tabernacles. Tents, temporary housing, fields, harvest time, and so on and so forth. And that's nowhere near winter, when you can't even hardly go outside half the time. You freeze to death, right? And they certainly weren't trekking across Israel, running around doing their thing. And I would say that the Caesars, although they collected their fair share of taxes, they weren't out hustling taxes at that time of year either. They went ahead and waited till the weather was a little more you know, of course, the shepherds being out with their flocks and all this other stuff going on at the time, biblically speaking, was certainly not going on in the middle of December or January or any time around there. It was around September-ish, maybe early October, but I think mid to late September would be about that time. So Christmas, traditionally speaking. Also, originally it was not called Christmas from a Christian perspective. Christmas was actually included later when they incorporated a lot of other pagan, religious, whatever you want to call it, observances kind of together and associated. That's where the tree comes in and all this and that. And people like to harp on that. And I'm like, you know, put your shit up for whatever reason you're doing it. Because something is superstitious or traditionally belongs to this or that or whatever, the reason you're doing something, that's why you're doing it. So if you don't view something, like the people celebrating quote-unquote Easter today, are they doing it for that reason? No. Are they doing it for the reason that it actually is? No. Are they doing it for their own reasons? Right. Some of them don't really give a shit. They just want to gather around the table with family and eat. They don't want to hear, they don't even want to think about the rest of it, and that's fine too, right? But it was originally called Michaelmas, believe it or not. And I guess, biblically speaking, the announcement of the conception of a biblical Messiah would be about that time. And let's say an angel delivered that message type of thing, you know, as religious scripture stuff tends to go, then maybe it's traditionally referred to as Michael or even Gabriel or whatever. But from what I understand, Christmas was originally called Michaelmas way back. I think that's cool because my name's Mike, but I certainly had nothing to do with that. Anyway, just trivia. So I'm going biotic recharge. I mean, yeah, power. Recharge would only be for charge because Annihilation doesn't have recharge on it. It's got now this may apply to that, cut down some of the penalty even more, but I think I'm going to go with power on this. Combo radius, Spotnik. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Okay, we'll wait on that. How do we even get off into all that? Or how did I get off? Oh, Easter. That's right. Drill for water to drill for natural gas. I think we want to drill for the natural gas, right? Either way, I'm pretty sure this is the architect.
Armoring up. We've got targets. This is the spot that Advent Scout gave us. Natural gas right under our feet.
We really want to do this on our first world?
I guess we could go to the other side and tap water for Prodromos. Need a pick.
That's it for now.
Sucks about this, I don't have any combos. Could put a point into Lance, though. All right, Justin, have a good one. It's gonna be slow work with this friggin' architect, man. Slow work. Let's save right here. Let's save right here. So. Well, might as well try it, right? I don't really have anything to fight with.
All right,
like,
second hammer. Here we go.
I don't have a fucking uber powerful sniper rifle or any really cool shit. I can't use my power. I can't use my power. Fucking piece of shit. I'm tired of you disconnecting my goddamn abilities. You fucking piece of shit. I can't use my powers. Fucking annoying, man. Just disabling my shit randomly to kill me. Randomly so it can meet some goddamn hidden fucking death quota to make me die a certain number of times no matter what. Like, what? That's not challenge. Like, what? Just kill me right now 15 fucking times so I can play for a while fair and square on a level playing field. How about just doing that? Just kill me 15 times in a row. Just phantom deaths. Don't even have to do anything. Just make my character die. And then you'll fill your imaginary fucking quota somewhere where that's supposed to happen. Then maybe my shit can actually work and I can actually fucking play for more than 15 minutes at a time without getting shit on by some cheap ass fucking rigged bullshit. How about that? Not cool, man.
All right, second hammer. Here we go. Got targets!
All my controls are deactivated. All my shit's deactivated. I can't play. All I can do is move. All my powers just... None of my buttons work. None of them. So you're gonna spawn observers and shit shooting at me from 3 different angles out in the middle of a field with no cover anywhere that I can get two-shotted by and deactivate my fucking controller. That's your version of a challenge in your game. Pardon me while I find myself incapable of saying or thinking anything positive about anyone that had anything to do with this fucking game at this particular point in time. How do you play a game if the game randomly deactivates your controller and disables the shit that you actually play with? How do you play like that? Can someone tell me? I could use it as cover and sit there with no powers and nothing to play with. I could sit behind my car doing fucking nothing, standing there. I guess I could. I don't think that's the point. I think the fact that none of my powers, that I literally deactivated everything my character's got. Just because. Try one more time, and then I'm probably done for the night, because I don't have patience trying to play a game that's unplayable. I don't know why it's not letting me do this either. Okay, options, quit. Thinking I may be too annoyed to play right now. That's what I'm thinking. And if it's just going to deactivate everything on my controller, then I can't play anyway. Well, I sure gotta pay a heavy price for the game's fault. I should have just fast traveled up this 5-foot hill. God damn. Okay, that just annoyed me. Not gonna lie. That just fucking annoyed me. Climb mountains, but I can't roll over a curb. Okay.
Let's see.
Buttons work.
That's it. Good work.
Buttons work.
All right, second hammer. Here we go.
No problem.
hammers aren't the hammers or the remnant. What is that?
Pathfinder, the cast deposit has been exposed, but not completely.
Plan a new hammer site, Sam. One last hit should do it.
That's it for now. Shields are up. I'll take their fire.
My powers worked fine right there. They didn't those other times. So after playing for a little while, the game just breaks. It just randomly does shit that makes it, I guess, unplayable. What's up? I'm not sure what's up with little spider spam here, but... I'm not running up that hill again. Oh, really? It's not playing, is it? Yeah, it did. Hold on a second. It was nothing. I just shot a couple robots. Let me see. Let me see why it's doing this. Give me a second. Edit. Fixed. Yeah, I think probably because I turned the console off and back on. Locked up. Saving it again. I'm not doing that again.
Last hammer. This should finish the job. Everyone ready?
So it did give me that leg. It just... Okay. I think this is manageable. I think we can do this.
More remnants are coming.
What the fuck is going on? I started scanning? Of course, I lost my goddamn... It won't... Get the fuck off me, you piece of shit! You didn't like that, did you big old bitch?
New remnants on the field.
Fuck off.
The legs are weak. It's multiplying.
Aim for its legs.
It felt that one.
I think he's gonna move now. Digital Maws, yeah, kinda. When they're doing their pattern and stuff, it's a pretty good fight, actually. I mean, I'm down with these fights, but there's one or two of them that are actually... Well, the one on Vold is broken. That's the only bad part. Gotta admit, the music's kind of cool, too. It's all action Mass Effect. Mass Effect action. Mass Effect on roids. Oh, I don't remember which lake he wants us to fight. I think it's this one. Yeah.
slow it down. After it.
And they all drop something? So I don't want him to land on top of me. I know that motherfucker's instant death if he does. Does he go... He doesn't go up the hill, does he? I think he lands right here. I think we use this cover over here. Yeah.
Aim for the leg.
It's creating reinforcements. Attack its legs. Target dead.
Charles injured. Charles hurt.
Almost out of ammo. Yeah, I'm almost out of ammo. God damn it. There's a health dump over there, but not ammo. Oh, yes.
Let's go.
Almost had it. God damn it.
More of them.
You gonna let me fucking do my shit or what, man? Asshole.
Wow. Ryder, it's Haley back at the outpost. The seismic readings just went crazy. What happened?
A remnant the size of a building.
What? At least you made it and kept that thing away from the outpost. Nice work.
Yeah, it's insanity. Sorry, I can't really talk while I'm getting my shit kicked in here. Yeah, it's on insanity. And we are now level 16. We were level 15. Yeah, as long as it's acting right, once you get its pattern down, sometimes you can approach it and catch the leg. Catch a wave or two of the leg. But the leg opens, leg closes. Leg opens, and you got to get it halfway down. He's going to give you the little pew-pew gun. Then he's going to give you about 5 or 6 biotic grenades, dark energy, whatever the fuck those things are. He's going to give you a cluster of those. Then he's going to shoot 3 of those AoE dark energy orbs, you know, the big ones. And basically he's going to shoot it to where you're at. So you've got like a 2-second timer inside the orb, and then you've got to move before he actually shoots it. If he hits you with it direct, it can actually... It's probably not going to one-shot you, but it can hurt you, you know. Take all your shields, most of your health type thing. And you obviously don't want to sit in it. Now, if it doesn't hit you and you're just sitting in it, you can actually walk through it and probably keep half your shields. But if it hits you direct, it'll knock dust. Anyway, he's going to shoot 3 of those. And so you can kind of like take a shot, dodge, take a shot before the next one gets on you and kind of, you know, maneuver. And then he's going to close his leg. That's basically his defense of his leg, right? When the leg's open, he's going to be doing the face attacks. And then when the leg closes, then he's going to spawn robots. Remnant. And so it'll every time I've seen it, it's the same kind. Like this time it was 2 of the big guys and then a couple of the little breachers. But then other times it'll be like the one on Vold is notorious for spawning like 2 or 3, sometimes 4 or 5 observers and then some breachers. Don't usually spawn the assemblers though, which would be pretty cheap because not only do they shoot accurately, but they can spawn more robots. I don't think I've ever gotten assemblers on these. I don't think so. But it's always either the big guys with the shields, whatever those guys are called, negators or whatever, and then, or it's observers, and then usually a few breachers or whatever. Anyway, spawns the robots, so you want to kill all the robots. If you don't, you got a certain amount of time. If you don't kill all the robots in time, his face is going to open up, or his leg's going to open up again, and he's going to start guarding it with his face attacks while there's robots on the field. And if you leave that robot and fight him while his legs open up and you're shooting at the leg, when it closes, he's going to spawn the same set of robots, but that one won't leave. So robots can actually stack on you. So you kind of want to get them out of the way as quick as possible. So that's when it's nice. That's where players that rely on just their gun, which, I mean, when you're shooting them in the face, what else do you have? You have ranged powers in your gun. But all that shit that's close in, those robots, you want to be able to detonate them and knock them out in mobs. Like you want to be able to hit like all of them at the same time type of thing. It's much easier to knock them down like that and then go. So that's pretty much his pattern. Legs open, he defends it with his face. Then when the leg closes, he spawns robots. When you get the leg to half health, his actual head opens and that's his real health bar. His legs aren't health bars. the health bars on his legs, once you get him to 50% and 0%, 50%, he's going to open his face. At 0%, he's going to fly off. And then the next one at 50%, he'll open his face. Then at 0%, he flies off. And then when he lands the last time, it's just whatever it takes to get the last leg down and then finish off his face. So that's like his pattern. And as long as he sticks to that, he's cool. But the one on Vold doesn't like to stick to that. The one on Vold will leave his leg closed, hit you with face attack, and spam robots all at the same time forever until you die. Run out of ammo and die. Literally, he'll do it forever. He'll never become vulnerable. He'll never open his leg. He'll never open his face. And you'll have like 14, 15 observers shooting you with lasers. And you've got a level 2 cold hazard going at the same time. And half those robots like to spawn on the fucking roof. So if you want to kill them to get them out of the way, to try to get the boss to open up, you have to go on the roof where you die in about 30 seconds because the cold will kill you. It's bad. And it's not supposed to be like that because I fought that boss. About half the time he acts right, and then half the time he's invincible. That's been my experience. And so if you go and his leg's closed and he's spamming robots and shooting you with his face attack, meaning you're trying to dodge the laser and cluster grenades and those big orbs that he shoots out while you've got 4 observers shooting at you and you've got the cold killing you and you've got breachers grabbing your face so observers can walk up and snipe you, just reload. Just reload. He's not supposed to be doing the face attacks and the robots with everything closed all at the same time. In other words, he's invincible and he can do what the fuck he wants as often as he wants until you die. And that's the challenge, is you can't kill him and he will kill you. So that's the only one I don't like, is the one on Vold. I like the challenge of being in the cold where you have to find warm spots. It makes it interesting, but when he glitches, that's obviously not interesting because you can't win. You can't win on something that you can't hurt him. If his leg never opens and his face never opens, you can do no damage to him. He lives forever. And he just spams you with robots until you're dead. So I'm not real cool with that. Why don't I use that? Because if you're playing Mass Effect for your gun, just to put it bluntly, you're doing it wrong. Unless you're playing a soldier or an infiltrator. But even an infiltrator, your powers are what make you strong. So even your unless you're playing a soldier and you're playing to make your gun strong, then you're making your character as weak and useless as possible. Let's just put it that way. I'll just be blunt about it. If you're worried about your fucking gun like that, then you're missing the point entirely. If you're relying on your gun and not using your combos, your powers, your detonations, your debuffs, and it's like you have a box, you have a brand new Craftsman box of every fucking tool ever made, top of the line. $500,000 worth of tools, and you try to fix everything with a Sears piece of shit screwdriver. No, a Walmart screwdriver. And you try to fix everything. Everything's broken on your car, and you're trying to fix your car with just a screwdriver. Is the same thing as worrying about putting some shit like that on your gun when you have all these powers at your disposal. You have all these tools you can work with to annihilate groups of enemies, to knock down mobs, and you're worried about reloading your gun. I prefer the augment that gives me 20% boost to all of my powers, meaning I'm 20% stronger anytime I nuke the motherfucking map. That's what I do. So, there's too much of that. Let's see. Why don't you use the augment that makes Mass Effect like Call of Duty? Because it's so much easier than thinking about a character build and actually using powers and putting up tens of thousands of DPS per second rather than hundreds. What? I mean, seriously? That's why. That's why I'm not doing that. You have augments that actually make you strong, and then you have augments that make your gun convenient and make you really, really weak. Oh. I mean, why would you pass up a 20% buff on your damage? The augment, You can't use both augments either, by the way. You can use a specialty augment, and then you can use basic augments. The basic augments that you buy at the store, you can stack those, like bot at cooldown, tech cooldown, what do they call them? You know, the ones that give you like 3% extra damage, the kinetic coils. You can use those. You can use as many of those you want. You can stack all kinetic coils on your weapon, but the specialty augments like 20% this, the bioconverter that steals a little bit of health to automatically reload your gun and all that, you can only use one. So if you use that, you can't enhance your powers. You can't use the one where you get 25% of your shields back every time the clip empties, which is great on a single shot sniper. If you're worried about your, you know, if you're playing, say, a sniper with a soldier, I would play a single shot sniper. Like, say if you're playing a soldier who's carrying one of every kind of gun. You got an SMG, you got a pistol, or you got a pistol, some kind of pistol, shotgun, sniper, and assault rifle. I would carry a single shot sniper like the Ashara or the Widow, and put the one where every time the clip empties, you gain some of your shields back. Or every time with the clip is full, like I've got right here, you have 20% bonus damage to all your powers. Tech, combat, biotic, it doesn't matter. 20% bonus power damage. I'll take that over convenient reloading any day. Grouchy, where have you been? Hey, I have witnesses here too. I've been asking about you. I was missing you. I was like, where's Grouchy? Honestly, you gave me abandonment issues. If I'm just going to go and just pour my heart out here, you gave me abandonment issues. I was feeling insecurities. I really was. But you're back now, so all is right in the world. What are you doing? So how are y'all doing? You know, the triplets, you and the twins, the triplets. How are you guys doing? Oh, boo. Well, that sucks. Did you get a new one? Did you get some? Well, I mean, obviously you got something to watch on. I got 11 points. Where'd I get all these points from? Oh, at level 16, you start getting 6 points per level, don't you? Yay. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. What? Cha-ching? Wonka wonka? We were all worried. Someone, who was it? It was Sen. Sen said they witnessed you on Xbox Live so they could verify that you were alive. And I said proof, and he said, why would I lie about this? And I was like, oh, well, yeah, you're right, Sen. You wouldn't lie about this, but like seriously, this was an actual thing. Now you got a gaming PC. That's sweet. So you can do you can multitask now. So those things normally run what? Quad processors normally? You can do all kinds of things. You can do all the things at once. All of the things. Let me see something. Going to get down here. But you is here's now, so. Yeah, I need to, if it's cool, I need to hit you up on Xbox or PS. Well, I guess if you got a gaming PC, so I guess you're just going to be on Steam now, and you're just going to leave us console peasants, in the dust, leave us behind and forget about us. You're gonna forget. You're gonna forget we exist again, aren't you? Now that you're all hoity-toity with your high class, elite. What is it? Oh, what do they call it? Glorious master race PC gaming computer now. I see what. No, I already see it. I'm reading it in the tea leaves already. Yeah, I get it. Oh, nice. Ah, okay. Well, I see you've claimed it though. We all know whose it really is though. Wink, wink. We all know who actually owns the PC. I mean, you can let him think that it's his, right? But we know whose it is. We know. Mission where you have to kill 15. Really? I've never seen that one. I've never seen that one. Oh, 40%? No shit. That must be nice. We'll set him up to prime that shit too. Let's just start working our way down. 80 points of damage resistance. That is crazy. Vetra's such a damn tank. She becomes almost invincible. I wouldn't say invincible. I mean, she'll go down, but you got to work at it. She's got to take all the heat for a while. Look at that. Look at her shields already. She gets her shields up into the thousands. It's ridiculous. She's a beast, man. So did you get to witness us killing the architect just now? Oh. I know. I think I know which one you're talking. I never started it. I think I know which one you're talking about now. Right. You prove yourself. He's like a Special Forces Angara dude. Special Forces Angara. How far? I've gotten to Havarl. Havarl? Is that how you say it? Havarl? Whatever. I've gotten there. Okay, so Grouchy here, when's the last time? It's been a while. What's last? You've been here since we've been playing this, right? I don't remember. It's been too long. I don't remember when was the last time you were here. I didn't start it. I've been working on builds, and about the time we get to the level that I have planned is usually about the time we're right at end game-ish. I complete gamed it. I got my platinum on PlayStation, so I thought I'd come over here and complete game it here too.
Think that's it.
But haven't like done every single thing. Like I'll do a cannon run one day and I'll try to 100% the content. I'll have I'll have the trophies and stuff, but I'll be like, okay, these are the decisions that I would want to import into my next game. I'll play one out like that, like all the people that I like or hate or let live or kill or whatever, all that type of stuff. Said I'm out. I think there's a trophy for killing 100 people while airborne or something. That would make playing the soldier fun, because it would be all about your gun. Everything dumped into combat, everything dumped into max damage from whatever gun you're using, and yeah, soldiers, yeah, it's I've never done a playthrough as soldier. I think I did some stuff as a soldier on Mass Effect 1 to get a trophy. I don't remember what it was. I think it wasn't playthrough. I just remember. I think I played as a soldier on a character to do something, just to make it easy. I think it was to complete a certain weapon or something. I don't know. Had to get a certain number of kills or something, maybe. And then I'm not even sure I actually wound up playing the soldier. I remember thinking to myself, the soldier would make this easy because you have like all the weapons unlocked. You can use them all. I remember saying that to myself, but I can't even say I actually even did that. Yeah, it's like you missed the whole point of playing Mass Effect doing that, honestly, in my opinion. I mean, it's all about powers and power combinations. Your gun is like just a tool. It's a secondary thing. It's to hit shit that you can't reach. Other than that, it's all about... And Mass Effect 1 was more about guns. Mass Effect 1 was more of a shooter, I guess, because even though you had plenty of powers, there weren't really any combos. There wasn't really into that stuff to play with. It was, pretty much lift and singularity and shoot your gun. That was pretty much it,
Why did you come to Helios?
General you or personal you?
You, veteran. Personally.
Same reason everyone else did. Bought the pitch.
Must have been an impressive pitch. Was it worth it?
It better be.
That looks like Ket salvage. Be careful, Ryder.
That's a lot of enemies over there. I'm gonna go kick their ass, but... Really want those revives. Get up, Joe. I'm trying to revive you. I was trying to get. I think you get. There's a trophy for reviving a certain number of times. Oh no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Let me get my cooldowns just a little bit quicker. After I finish the game? No, I don't think so. And if there's something about that, don't tell me. I did do something with Habitat 7 that had to do with the name, and I'll just leave it at that. So if that's what you're talking about, but it wasn't after the game, it was after I got all the planets to 100% viability. That's what triggered that, so... But if there's something else, I had actually planned on going back to look one day and seeing what else came of that. But if that's specifically what you're talking about, I have seen that. Somewhere around here, there's a, it's like a mini, it's not a vault. Well, it's sort of a vault. Somewhere around here. I think it's straight over there. That's where I think it's at. But I'm going to look over here a little bit.
Because we have to press on.
Politicians, always helpful.
Yeah, for the medic thing? Yeah, that's what I was going for. I mean, I revive my teammates anyway, but I'm like wanting them to go down so I can pick them back up. Here, I totally didn't just get out of the way so you could take some extra fire and die. I totally didn't just do that. I'm sitting here looking at my teammates all guilty and shit. I don't remember where this little vault is. It's out here in the desert somewhere. But I think it's more back towards that way. Unless it's right here. It might be right here, actually. I don't think so. No, it's not here. It's in one of these little, like, little cul-de-sac looking things. Okay, so I'm getting a quest marker right there. Oh, it's on the other side of the fucking mountain. Okay. Okay, this is a waste of time.
Black Rock Tande. Eos has teeth, alright?
Heads up. Looks like a Ket construct.
You're welcome to this world. Few of us would come, even without the Ket.
Our people came a long way. Nothing here will stop them.
Not where I'd want to stake a claim.
I'll be back in a second.
But some will be all too eager.
Mining zones in this region are available, Pathfinder. I've added them to your nav system.
At least I didn't come back dead this time. Are you using them? Wish list? Like actually using them? I don't mean got them in your party, but are you actually using them? Like here, I'll show you. Okay, so this isn't my ideal team. I've just, actually I had these two along for the Architect because they're both ranged. If you bring a melee character to an Architect, they die a lot because they tend to want to go punch the Architect, and they will of course die trying to do that. Okay, so, like, if you're in combat, notice I've got Vetra on my right and Jaal on my left. If you look down at the bottom under the health bar. Okay, so right now it just shows them targeting because there's no enemies, right? But if they have a power available, I believe it'll show that power next to the little face icon. I think it will. It may just keep targeting that. I don't know. I believe it does, but I may be confusing that with another Mass Effect. Doesn't matter. All right, so I've got Jaal equipped with Energy Drain and Sticky Grenade. Those are both ranged. Like, I don't even have him melee. Avenger Strike is melee. If you use him during a fight with an Architect, he will often, you'll see him fly through the air and do this ninja stab on the Architect's leg and then fall down dead because the Architect AoEs anything that gets close. So, I don't even have anything spec'd into that. If I'm playing a different style and I want Jaal to be kind of more of a tank and attention grabber to get in close, like if I'm playing, say, Infiltrator or something, then I may assign him that and give him that as well. But you can limit what your allies do by just not putting any points in them, right? That's one thing. And so, like, but with Vetra, everything, it's all good. With Vetra, everything she does is good. In fact, I don't think she has but one skill that's actually really an active power. Concussive Shot. Power Armor is a passive for herself. I mean, it's an activated ability, but it's not something she performs on an enemy. She does it on herself. And then Turbocharge is something she does on herself. So really, her one thing is Concussive Shot. Now, she'll use it on her own, but what you can do is... I believe you can actually assign your followers to not use any powers. I think it's squad power usage. You can assign them to not use any. It's never affected me much. I keep in mind what they have available. So, for example, let's say we're fighting. Now, we don't have a target, so if I press right, Vetra's going to go where I point her. And if I press left, Jaal's going to go where I point him. And if I press up, they're both going to go. Now, if I have an enemy targeted, meaning if I can see an enemy, like it'll say chosen and it'll show their health bar. If I'm targeting an enemy, if I'm not looking at the ground, if I'm looking at the ground, this is what they're going to do. But if I'm targeting an enemy and I press up, what they'll do is they'll both attack that enemy. Now let's say I target one enemy and I want Vetra to attack that enemy and I want Jaal to attack a different one. I can do that, right? So keep in mind your direction. It's the same way it worked on Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. All of them, really. It's kind of a combination of all of them. And so what you do is, if you've got party members with you, who's got a primer and who's got a detonator? So if you assign one to attack with a power, like if you've got a detonator and both your allies have a primer or primer detonator, then order them both to attack that target, and then you use your ability on that target. Odds are, if they've got a power on cooldown, they'll use it and they'll prime that target for you. Or they'll prime it for each other. You can order them both to attack a target and you'll see that target blow up sometimes because they prime it and detonate it, right? In fact, if you know that Vetra's got the primer and you know that Jaal's got a detonator, while you're fighting, randomly press right for Vetra to attack, then press left for Jaal to attack. And you'll find every once in a while you'll get a combo out of that. But if you have them just simply both attack the same target like that, if you just press up and have them attack the target, they're going to shoot it. They may use an ability on their own, but odds are they're probably just going to shoot it. If you manually direct them to attack that target. Like, right? Like, okay, let's say there's a target right here, and so I do like that. And I tell them both to attack that target. If I want them to use a power, I'm going to use it again. Because when I use it the first time, Vetra might trigger her power armor. Then when I use it again, she might trigger that other ability she's got. Then when I use it again, she might use concussive shot. Right? She'll cycle through her powers. Now, if you only want a follower to use one power and one power only, assign them points in that one power. And that's it. If that's all you want them to do. So just keep that in mind, and they'll tear down targets pretty quickly. Yeah, now their damage output isn't going to be anything like yours, you know. I mean, regardless. But if you have them spec'd right into their powers, like Korra is not going to do the biotic combos that you do, but say Korra and Drac together, Drac has Incinerate, which primes and detonates. Korra has Nova and Charge, which prime and detonate. So odds are, if you individually ask them both to attack a target.
On my way.
Right? Like that. So you got a target selected and you're... Right? They're gonna cycle through their powers. Now I don't have a target here. Let's go find a target. Let's go find somebody to beat up on. Let's go find a victim. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll just try to leave them alone. Like I said, their damage output isn't gonna be all that high. But if you have them priming and detonating, it shouldn't be a problem. Now, one downside right now is I don't think I have anybody priming or detonating. I take that back. I think Vetra can detonate with concussive shot. No, not yet. See, she doesn't even detonate yet, and I don't believe Jal can prime either. Yet. He can't. See, so all they're going to be, I mean, they can use their abilities, but they can't do anything sexy. We need to, the next time Jaw levels up, I'm going to put in his priming. Or you can have him detonate. Notice you got a choice. Depending on what you want him to do. Don't worry so much about the effect. It's the ability, any detonation is a good detonation. Even if it's a weaker one, it's still stronger than anything else you're going to do. Because it not only blows shit up and has an AoE effect, but it also staggers and all that other stuff, right? So look for that. So if you have like, let's say I was just running with these two, I would set Jaw up to prime. And I'd probably eventually give him Avenger Strike and have him set that to prime too, right? So I know he primes. So I know to press Jaw first. And then I know Vetra is going to be able to detonate. And that's it. That's all she can do is detonate. But Vetra has this cool thing. Like her only power is a detonator. But she has this cool shit. When you get her up to rank 6, everything she shoots, she primes. But that's not so good for you if you're playing an engineer. Odds are, unless you're using a lot of Incinerate, if you're using things like Overload and Shield Drain, it doesn't tend to detonate enemies primed by Disruptor ammo, like ever. It doesn't seem to, and I'm guessing because they don't contrast each other. Energy Drain and Overload are both electric powers, so you'd probably be better off with Drac, who runs incendiary ammo. So everything he shoots with his shotgun has a chance. And if you're running an engineer, then you've got this. Increases combo detonation priming rates for guns, melee attacks, powers, and constructs for attacks that don't prime instantly. Meaning, cryo ammo, incendiary ammo, disruptor ammo, melee attacks, if you're using like an Omniblade or a Cryo Fist, and powers such as like your VI or your turret, like cryo ammo on your turret, which is amazing if you're playing a sniper. It's fucking amazing. It weakens armor automatically, and it freezes enemies for explosions. It's fantastic. Energy Drain just blows shit up. Get your turret with cryo ammo and use Energy Drain, or anything that detonates, other than maybe a cryo beam or something. Anything other than frost that detonates and it destroys shit. Yeah, they'll improve. They'll improve when you can get the. They're not just with each other. Like you'll have random detonations going off anyway, but they'll improve with you also. You know. Yeah. So right now, if I have them attack, it'll probably be more of the same. You know, it's just concentrated fire on one target, and it's having somebody out there to at least distract a little bit of the attention from you. If everybody's shooting at you all the time, that shit can get miserable. It seems like that sometimes anyway, so it's nice to have them out there drawing fire at least sometimes, you know. Yeah, another level or two, and they'll be fit to start actually really doing something. The tier 6 skills are amazing. PB gives you a biotic buff and shields to the whole party, and then Korra gives you health regen and shields to the whole party. And that can play in your favor in so many different ways. It's just amazing. The problem with PB though is you don't get to complete her companion quest till you're like 85% through the game. Then you can use her for like 10 minutes. Then you're in New Game Plus, and then it's time to start over, and you have to start over with PB. That kind of sucks. I wish they would have made her companion quest about 30 checkpoints shorter than it is, because it literally carries through the entire game. You got to meet her on every planet and everywhere at least once, if not 2, 3, 4, or 5 times, then do this multifaceted chase down thing with that bitch to eventually do her companion quest. I'm not lying. I've never been less than 78% complete with all the game content before I could do PB shit. So literally you have to do 4/5 of the game just to even unlock her tier 6 skills and use her basically for the end game, and that's it. You get to use her best stuff for the very last little bit. I wish they would do something about that, honestly. I don't need uber powerful tier 6 followers at level 5 at the beginning of the game. I'm not asking for that, but dragging her companion quest out through literally 80% of the content, 80%, and then it doesn't carry over to New Game Plus. You have to start over, so you don't even get to like do that and then keep her for the next one. No, you got to go through all that shit again. That's like, whose idea was that? That wasn't a good idea. It wasn't a good idea. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna go up here to the left, I guess. So I guess all that talk, the best thing is just to remember to press those buttons more than once. Don't just order them to attack, but order them when to attack and what to use to attack. You know what I mean? Like direct them not just to attack the target, but to use powers on that target too.
That looks like Ket tech.
Anyway. This is where I come back to get achievements like the one where you pull an enemy and throw that enemy into another enemy, which is actually probably one of the funnest achievements. That was fun. Yanking Chosen off their feet and holding them in place until I find another Chosen to throw at them, like a fastball. That shit was awesome. Okay, I think my little vault thing is straight ahead. Pretty sure. I don't think it's hidden off over here. I mean, it might be, but I don't think so. You know how eventually, after you play a game long enough, you almost memorize the map? Like, you don't really even have to go look up where to go from a certain spot?
I sense you don't trust me, Vetronix.
Where are you getting that?
You seem distant. You don't meet my eyes.
I'm gonna be honest. Can I be honest?
Of course.
I don't really know you yet. We're the aliens here, and I wouldn't be surprised if you resented that.
So, you act like you don't like me because you're not sure if I like you.
That kinda covers it.
No, I don't resent you. And what I know so far, I like. Does that make things easier?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Well, shit, this isn't it. It's a remnant thing, but that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, I apparently have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
We can break.
We'll clear the Ket off Eos for good.
Really?
All right, Eastward, have a good one.
These turbines wrecked.
Maybe it's this part of the desert over here. That's possible. It is. God. Yeah, I think so. Son of a bitch. Maybe. Right here? No. The Ket base. I'll do that in a second. I'm looking around right now. That's not it. It's not tucked off over there either. Yeah, no, I guess I just don't remember where it's at, obviously. Not here.
I've been reading about the Krogan rebellions from your history.
Go on.
Your friendship with Drac isn't typical of Krogan-Turian relations.
I'll take that as a compliment. He can be a cranky old bastard.
I think you know that's not where I was going with this.
No, I don't know where I'm at. to go look it up because, yeah.
I am in winter. There are infiltrators in my territory. The patrol that captures them will be rewarded. Patrols that do not will be punished.
Sounds like we've already had an effect.
Invictus. Shut up. Just shut up. Damn it. All right. Never mind. Let's go look it up. It's called Data Trail. So I thought it was over there by one of our other settlements, but I don't know.
Have a fondness for large weapons. Things impractical.
It's not about practicality.
Well, Drac will tell you, he'll say, must you hit every single bump?
A Frumfrau do that exact thing.
The what?
Frumfrau. Tiny, timid creatures. When disturbed, they puff up and screech to scare away attackers.
You're joking. There's no such thing.
Would I lie?
Really? The data mining one? Is it really? I know where that's at, sort of. Yeah. Yeah, I think I know where that's at. Oh, you know what? Now it's just now that you say that. Okay. So over here. Yeah. Over here. Hey, Jacob, what's going on? So I was thinking it was right here. That's what I thought. Right here. Literally where I'm. But it's not. It's like here, isn't it? Right here? Okay, I'm gonna put a marker right around there somewhere-ish. We'll go look at it later.
friend was calling from a cat bunker?
We don't know he's a friend.
Well, well. Glad you decided to show.
This your handiwork?
Zaid's kid.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Name's Bane Masani. Cat hunting's a hobby of mine.
We should start a club.
Eos is the perfect spot for it. Planet's a cat magnet. I've been tracking them down, marking locations to target. You took out the crown jewel, but the bastards still have a presence here. You want to protect that shiny new outpost? You better wipe them out.
I'll do whatever I can.
I'm not
to keep
thinking
the
about
girls
that,
safe.
white kid.
Glad to hear it.
I saw it the
Sending
first time you
outputs to
asked.
your Omni tool. Eventually, we'll want to hit the crown jewel, their main base. But I don't think you're ready for that yet.
I'm ready.
It's your funeral. I can't stop you from being stupid. Happy hunting, Pathfinder.
Stay safe, Masani.
That's the goal.
Get ready to fight!
Be ready.
I think that's it.
Jarl does the shifty Angaran thing really well.
Follow my order. Their fortifications will not last long. We have tested everything else. Release the fiend on this site too. By your order, Victor.
The more I hear, the more I hate him.
Oh, well, thanks for watching. I always enjoy doing... Well, no, I take that back. I don't
Given the
always
large
enjoy
tech
doing
presence
this.
on Eos, I would agree, Pathfinder.
We'll just keep shutting them down as we find
Sometimes
them.
I get annoyed. But, I'd be lying if I didn't say that, yeah. Sometimes my expectation is the game act just right. But hey, what can I say? I love these games. Alright, so those guys are bugged. They're like, I don't know, underneath the map or something. Yeah. It doesn't affect the quest, so whatever. seen that yet. God damn it. All right, so... That's weird. I don't know why I'm bothering to do all this side stuff, but that's something to do. It's fun. Fun enough. So I'm already playing a biotic tech. I may, when we get at higher levels and I'm just dumping points into shit, we may take some of those points and put them in things like trip mine and other things that you need for achievements. Maybe that. Wind up getting a bunch of them on this character. Let's see. So I gotta go all the way around. Let me do that. You go under?
Pathfinder, this area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
Well, thanks for that, Sam. I really wasn't aware of that.
Look at that view.
Well, that's something.
What the fuck is this? I'll take it. Okay, let's see, am I going up here? No. No.
Now this is familiar. The world isn't home without water.
Wonder what it's like on Eos when it rains. We do our job, someone will see it.
Makes you want to sail across, doesn't it?
My sensors are detecting Ket technology, Pathfinder.
Got a Ket camp over there.
That'll show.
Aya is watching what happens on Eos very closely.
Hopefully Padromo sets a high bar.
I hear resource shipments are up. A good sign for people trying to...
No, I don't. Fuck Sam. He won't shut up. He doesn't know when to shut up. Put it that way.
Automated protocols activated. Deploying forward station.
Currently at 100%. Okay, now we can Fast track. I want to go check this out. I want to go look down here. I'm going to go south from this forward station and see if that's not where it's at. Like, I can picture it. I can picture it, but I can't. I know it's 2 skill points. I know that. 2 skill points for me, 1 for everybody else. So, definitely worth going to get. It's just... I think it's that way. Pathfinder.
Pathfinder. This area can be mined for resources. You can extract minerals via your mining interface.
I can't respect that. Every time I open the scanner, every single time. Every single time. No, can't respect that. That is an intentional troll move by somebody who's pissed off at BioWare and put in their little 2 cents to try to... Well,
we had a legend that formations like this were from the weight of the sky, long before the Scourge.
Pathfinder, I detect a Ket camp ahead.
As I've been reading Milky Way history, I'm coming to think it would be difficult to trust Zerarians.
They're the same as the rest of us. Gotta take the good with the bad.
Let's do this!
You're now gonna pay for transgressions, bitch. You can get up now, Vetra. It's all right.
I think that's a remnant device. What's this doing in a Ket camp?
Judging by the damage, the Ket were extracting data. This core is too damaged to properly read what they received.
Then we'll just have to find more.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's not down here either, though. Where's this fucking vault thing? That's where I came from, right? That's where I came from. I'm gonna go look over here a little bit. Hey, Flex, what's up? Well, that's obviously not it.
You're afraid your sister will die here.
What sort of thing is that to say to someone?
I see it in your eyes.
So just because it's true, you can say it out loud?
That's it?
I'm not offended. I just want this conversation to be over.
I've heard you.
I said over.
Jaw's not going to let it go. Oh, so I've hurt you. Oh, so you're sensitive about this. I have taken control.
Wonder what's down there.
Well, this is... I've already been to this one. God damn it. No, this is the wrong one. I've already been here. I'm through with this. I'm not doing this anymore. Random wandering is getting boring.
Approaching the nav point, the Ket extracted from the remnant cores Pathfinder.
Keep an eye out for nearby Ket.
Asshole. How are you gonna... Dick. Okay. No idea where the fuck this dude's at. Why would you... Why would you do that? I think I sort of remember where that was, but... Asshole. Is it really? I think it might be there. Ish. Right, let's try that. If that's not it, then I don't know. Okay, where's my... I believe it's on the other side over here. I've been there like a couple times in the last few days too, and I just don't remember where in the hell I went to get there. Didn't have my traction on. Can I get up here? Maybe not.
The Scourge may have destabilized this remnant site, Pathfinder. God damn it. Maybe. Son of a bitch. Oh, I'm looking for the data trail vault. I just wanted to get this last puzzle here on EOS. What the fuck I was following that for anyway. I just totally screwed it. Now it's frozen.
should be right. You gotta be fucking kidding. Give me a break, man.
The Outland's fire. You can see it from almost anywhere.
This doesn't. Really? Interesting. Oh, that's it. Wow. Okay. That's very strange. Alright, I wouldn't have guessed. As soon as I roll up on it, I'll be like, okay, I drove here without even having to look a couple times already, and then somehow managed to forget. I was right fucking here too, wasn't I? Yeah, it is. It's over here in the desert area, but I was looking all like down off and all around here. I literally circled this thing. Fucking circled it. Okay, so the westernmost forward station. That's easy. Westernmost forward station. West of the westernmost forward station. Okay. I can remember that, I think. Maybe. It's a puzzle, right?
Guess we'll have to scan for the rest of these. Who needs a gun? I can talk smack all I want. I'm going to need a gun here in a minute. See. If Vetra was using her her disruptor rounds, half those enemies would have been primed when I got there. So if it's not me doing it, it's Vetra doing it, man. Yeah, it's just...
different vault than what I thought, I guess. Expecting a destroyer. Oh, I think he ambushes us on the way out. Pretty sure. Right? No? Never mind. Thought he did.
That should complete the glyphs, Pathfinder.
Cool.
Nice. Looks like that did it.
Nice. Okay, I just wanted to complete the puzzle. There's something else to come here for later, for PB or something. That's cool. I don't care. Sweet. I love those puzzles. Starting to get better at them, too. A little bit. So we've already got like 7 puzzles solved. We haven't even been to Vold yet. That's one way to get up here. And then you have these assholes. This is nasty. What time is it? What the fuck is that? Alright, we'll go do that. That's the last one anyway. Might level up here in a minute. Might. Yeah, that vault's what I've been sitting here looking for the last 30 minutes. I just wanted the puzzle. Like, you have to complete 20 puzzles in one playthrough. Which, I came pretty damn close the first time we came through. Just, but there was a couple, like, optional vaults like that right there that, I didn't know about, so... Got him on our last character, and I was like, oh, might as well knock that out first here.
Direct acknowledgement. That's progress.
God damn, I might have to get up there too, huh? Son of a bitch. can make this. You motherfucker. Maybe it's not all the way up? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. God damn it. Don't make me go all the way around for this bullshit. Skyrim ass shit. Skyrim wannabe bullshit right here, man. Let's see if I can. It'll let me do this. Maybe I can. Drop point. You gotta be kidding. Trolling ass Skyrim wannabe bullshit. Let's take the worst aspects of Skyrim and incorporate them into our game. Cool, man. Not cool. No, I ain't gonna make it. Am I getting this look of disgust across on my face? Am I getting the look of disgust thing down? Is that at least working for me? What's up, Moody? My complete lack of driving prowess. Yeah, I completed the quest anyway. If that's what you want to call it, a quest. Okay, so what is this? Is this like...
The kit has made camp. Be careful, Ryder.
Animals on our missing crates again, same as before.
Automated protocols activated. Deploying forward station.
Cleared the critters, but looks like it'll be as clean as the other lost crates.
Pathfinder, after examination of the supply drops, I've identified a possible source for the delivery corruption.
Right, nav for a hiding spot. Let's go see who was so careful with their theft.
Locations marked, Pathfinder.
Got a memory trigger right here somewhere. Top of that hill? Yeah.
Whoa. The Ket built all this? They don't just have a base here. This is a stronghold.
Is it at the top of this shit? It's gotta be, right? Let's see it. There it is. Can't get to it without falling off.
Another memory trigger?
One of your father... This memories is now accessible. Return to Sam.
Don't come any closer, Pathfinder. We'll shoot.
Wise decision. Standing down. Who are you?
Chase Gannon. Used to be maintenance. Look, we weren't trying to hurt anyone. Just like you said. It's why we came back here. We didn't want to be outlaws. We have family on the Nexus. But we didn't think we'd be welcome. Tan hasn't been forgiving. Not that we deserve it.
You admit you were criminals.
What choice do we have? Exile means they kill you if you come back. But we couldn't keep doing it. We're not pirates. We came here to build. All we could do was watch. Watch you build. At least it was something.
I can't let this continue. You know that.
Pathfinder, we're not asking to continue. Just, we tried. All right? We tried and fucked it all up.
Not exactly a nuanced defense.
There isn't one. We got scared. We did bad things. We regret it. Maybe we're idiots. Maybe we should never have come here. But we want to believe there's a way back.
You want a chance, a way back. Tan may not like it, but he's not here.
They'll accept
work.
that. Let us try.
Talking rocks.
Dromos
like
isn't
that.
in the business of refusing honest help.
I'm numb, Pathfinder.
It's a rather good-looking rock, too, if I don't say so myself.
Then get to work.
Go do your thing. At least they're trying. They didn't want to hurt anybody. They just try not to die. I can respect that. They can go work it off. And they probably will, too. They'll probably work twice as hard, to be honest. Maybe not, but most likely. Most likely. Who's this?
Because we call that Dosashan. It means good fear. Or maybe noble fear.
You see fear as good?
Fearing things that should be feared keeps you alive. It's good. Your struggle here is driven by Dosashan. The same as when we fight the Ket. But embracing Dosashan, not letting it hold you down. That's courage. You were courageous to come here, Veteranix. You and your sister.
Wow.
Oh, we got that cha-ching. Start getting, what, 6 points per level 20, I think? Then it's on. Poor sorry. She's got them Asari blues, get it?
Might divert some militia equipment to Prodromos.
Supplies lost to outlaws. Minor recovery, but a bad scene all around. We'll have to be careful.
Recommendations noted, Pathfinder.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's minus 20 tech power. Ugh. No, we can't do that. That's just a plus 10% power. I'm using that on my adept, though. Yeah, that's going on my adept. Ooh, my adept's gonna be nasty. I say my adept for last. That one though, I think I'm gonna basically build it sort of like the Asari adept in multiplayer, which is why I really like that character. There's one skill I'm gonna switch up. It should be pretty nice. Should be. We'll see. But the idea will be to essentially, I mean, early on, you got to use a gun. You got to have a gun because you don't have anything to really kill anything with. But later on, like all this crying, my bot explosions are too weak. They nerfed biotics. I can't one-shot a boss without having to put any thought in my skill points whatsoever. I don't know how to build a character, but my character didn't build itself, and so it's underpowered, and the game's bad. You know, all that bullshit. Put all that crying to rest. Walk through and blow up the whole goddamn map with biotics. Oh, we're about to get to that point here. Only real difference here between this and my vanguard is shield drain and charge instead of charge and nova. We could I'm seriously contemplating a cloak, charge nova. I want to see some fucking damage, but it's gonna be squishy. Do some goddamn damage though. Like, yeah. Okay, with this is that stronghold bullshit. Found a way I like to do this. The stupid turrets kill you. Which is their job. I mean, I'm not mad at them for it. Shut up, bitch. This is such a bullshit setup. So you can't fuck with the turrets. Fetcher gives 0 fucks. Everyone up? Everyone's up. Okay, don't believe we can get a save here. I don't think we get another checkpoint until we're past the entrance. We got another ambush or two, or else we got to start all the way back over there. It's fucking bullshit, man.
Console online. Stay within its radius.
He doesn't exist. I just got shot out of the wall. He doesn't exist. I was getting shot in the back by an enemy that doesn't exist. So I just took phantom damage. I hadn't died in a while, so the game killed me. Y'all saw it. I got it on replay. This is how they artificially fluff the amount of game time spent. Shit like that. Can't respect it. It's garbage. It's cheap. It's rigged against the players to kill you when you shouldn't die, even if you're playing well. Like if you haven't made a mistake that should get you killed, it kills you anyway. Sometimes just randomly. It'll give enemies 5,000% damage boosts randomly, whatever it takes to How do you respect that? Like, how do you? Bitch, die! It's too much work to have to keep doing that over and over again. You can't get a save. You just can't. It's too much work. Like when they just kill your character off. It's just too much, man.
Terminal active. Remain in range.
Dodge that, dick sucker.
Completed, Pathfinder. We have what we need.
Pussy ass bitches. Gonna take a whole lot more than that, hoes. Fucking pussies. Pussies. Die if you and your mama have 3 things in common, bitch. Fuck you. Punk ass.
I'm guessing that's the cat in charge.
I just wrecked their shit. Can I scan this? I can. I think this is a checkpoint. Then from here on out, you just gotta clear the whole rest of this entire base. Or start over. It's brutal. I believe that's a checkpoint. I think it is. Overwhelm these animals.
How many of these guys are there?
It deactivated my powers. If you're wondering why I didn't, it deactivated all my powers right there. I was standing there, could not fire, could not aim, could not charge, could nothing. It deactivated my controller to kill me. Deactivated my controller again. Wow. If I'm back out front, I'm done. If I'm back out front, I'm done. We'll just have to pick this up because I'm not going to spend an hour on the fucking bullshit up. I just can't do it. I don't have the patience for it. It deactivated Okay. I'm done. I'm done. I can't. Because I've been cheated twice now already on this. I got shot from an enemy that doesn't exist out of a wall. And then it just deactivated my controller to kill me. With no... Yeah, this is... This makes the game bad. This makes... Like, what the game could be. This ruins it. This ruins my experience. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore because I literally just got cheated. And I don't think the developers are making money off of me dying. Like, if the developer somehow magically got $1 from the guy who likes to watch Ninja guy, that one, you know, the dude over there who likes to watch Ninja, that every time I die, he pays BioWare $1. If something like that exists, I get it. But other than that, what does a single player game profit from killing me with some bullshit? Cheating me out of minutes, sometimes hours of my time, punishing me for playing right. Yeah, well, if I'd have died right there, that's cool. But the game, it killed me. And there's a difference. It's a difference. Just turned off my abilities on my controller. Turned them all off. Just deactivated my controller. I could probably do this. That's it. If you're wondering, why aren't you shooting? I am. Why aren't you using an ability? I am. But none of it acts. My melee was off. I literally spammed about 9 buttons, and my player could not do anything, so I could stand out there and just die. And fucking rip me off on that bullshit. I can't. Yeah, I don't. Nice. Game ruining. Game ruining. That is game ruining. No one likes getting cheated. It's happening too much, and I'm not cool with that. Can't do it, man. I'm out, y'all. Yeah, I'm done. It's too much for me, man. That's hitting me in that spot that I got reserved to love this game. It's eating into that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to defend this game, but it's a moment like this where you can undo 50 hours of just joyous experience. You can undo that. You can ruin it with that type of shit. That ruins it. It ruins it because it's just I don't even have to explain. That has nothing to do with insanity. It deactivated my controller. Insanity doesn't deactivate your controller. A broken, shit-sucking, fucking badly designed sequence there. Too bad it's happened a few times here in the last hour or two to just compile it and make it worse. That's not difficulty. That's deactivating my fucking shit. That has nothing to do with difficulty. Making my buttons not work. Making nothing on my controller work so I could just stand there and die and remove a half hour of effort of gameplay. That's not difficulty. That's not insanity. It could do that on story mode, I guess. Although an enemy probably couldn't kill you like that on story mode. You could at least go take cover. But when it deactivates the buttons that you need to fight with, you can't fight. If you can't, you die. It has nothing to do with difficulty. I'm done, man. I'm out. Y'all take it easy. I'll see you guys probably tonight.